You can't talk to someone who lost their grandfather in the Holocaust. Like, what you mean, lady? Come on, knock it off. We all live. Roberta Brand don't know. This shit's fiery. We're gonna get right into it.
They're in violation of federal law. During President Trump's first term, he rightly targeted sanctuary jurisdictions to try to force them to cooperate with federal immigration law. Federal immigration law, mind you, that was voted on in 1996, most recently, in a bipartisan Congress, signed by a Democrat president. But they are in violation of that law. These states and jurisdictions feel entitled to certain grants, of course. Y'all are combating that. Do sanctuary policies limit the federal government's ability to accurately estimate how many criminal illegals are in the country?
Yes.
Thank you. This means that the number of illegals could be higher, probably higher. Does this hurt the federal government's ability to carry out immigration laws designed by Congress?
Yes, Congressman.
In your opinion, do you believe that the Biden-Harris administration and Democrat pro-sanctuary policies make our community safer and for the American taxpayer? Do sanctuary policies make our community safer?
No, Congressman.
I want to do a brief video to highlight sanctuary cities. So what's strange to me, if you look at this board behind me, in New York, there are 7,000 criminal legal aliens since January 20th of last year that have been released into the public because New York is not honoring detainers requested by ICE. California, similarly, has released 4,500 criminal legal aliens. There are 33,000 under detainer in California alone. And of the people released, I think it's remarkable that those released in New York, 29 homicides, 2,500 assaults, almost 200 burglaries. These are people that are released into our community by these states that refuse to cooperate. Last August, Michael Jordan Castellano Fonseca, a criminal illegal alien with ties to Tren de Agua, shot 2 people in front of 5 children in the sanctuary state of Colorado. DHS lodged a detainer on him. He's awaiting trial, but the question is whether Colorado's sanctuary policies will prevent him from being removed from the country. Yes or no? Do you think that sanctuary jurisdictions, if they cooperated with ICE, those illegals in custody could be transferred to ICE properly instead of being held in taxpayer-funded jails and then released into our community?
Yes, Congressman.
Wouldn't it be more efficient and safer then if Democrats simply cooperated with the federal government, these sanctuary jurisdictions cooperated with the federal government and honored ICE detainers? And why? Why do you think?
Of course, because so many criminals are running to sanctuary jurisdictions. Many of your colleagues across the aisle who we've seen speaking today about Epstein don't want to talk about the illegal criminals in their own jurisdiction for that reason. And yes, we need to do everything we can to work together to make America safer, and they're not doing that.
This is not a partisan issue. People want to feel safe in their communities. Nobody wants a criminal illegal alien released into the street. I think that the thing that maybe the American people don't quite understand is that when you do not honor a detainer, as we've seen, an illegal is released into the public, and now it's up to ICE to maybe apprehend them, rather than behind the courtroom passing them off from one law enforcement to the next. Is that true?
Absolutely.
What do you think what is the Department of Justice doing right now to combat sanctuary policies in our country?
We're doing everything in our power, obviously, to combat that. Donald Trump is doing everything he can because we are going to make America safe. We are going to get illegal criminal aliens out of this country. We're going to get the gangs out, TDA, MS-13, all of the gangs in this country. We're going to get the drug dealers out and the drugs, and that's what we've been fighting to do. And I wish we could do it on a bipartisan basis, but they just can't do it.
And the decrease in numbers speak for themselves. Thank you for your work.
Gentleman's time
Mr.
is,
Chairman, we have some UCs, if that's okay.
that is okay.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. You see on the National Institute of Justice's study on undocumented immigrants having an offender rate lower than U.S.-born citizens. I'd like to enter this into the record from 2024.
Without objection.
And I have several myself, Mr. Chairman. The Guardian, January 26, 2026, why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?
Objection.
January 20, 2026, NBC, Trump's pardons forgive financial crimes that came with hundreds of millions of dollars in punishment.
Objection.
Washington Post, December 19, 2025, Trump's pardons wipe out payments to defrauded victims.
Without objection.
And finally, May 30th, 2024, Trump found guilty by Manhattan jury on 34 felony counts of fraud.
Without objection. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee. I understand
Whoa, I
why
thought
you're
you were
hiding
hiding,
from us.
Chairman?
You're one of the worst attorney generals in our history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless authoritarian agenda, and I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds for impeachment. But there's so much more to your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of court when you sued Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize low-level immigration cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption. You revived draconian
You're
law
talking
of
about public corruption to me?
1798,
Whoa.
which should be repealed to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador. You fired over 100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause, and installed unqualified military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute the president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James while giving impunity to federal agents who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood. I saw it last year firsthand. You and Cash Patel covered up the murder of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in my district by ICE agents. You tried to investigate Renee Good instead of the ICE agent who murdered her, and you tried to cover up the murder of Alex Peretti by CBP agents. You bring fake charges against protesters like the Broadview Six and Marimar Martinez, whom your administration labeled a domestic terrorist. This is the Montessori teacher who lives in my district, while protecting thugs who terrorize us and DHS authority. That's what you do. Protect and enable the criminals who are plundering our society and destroying what's left of democracy and the rule of law. Epstein accomplices, mass DHS thugs, corporate criminals, Tom Homan, Eric Adams, insurrectionists, the list goes on. And you talk about fighting crime, but you protect any criminal who helps you and Trump turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats, I'm talking about conservative judges who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership. Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And even your own boss, has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you already. You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you. The American people reject you. Our communities have demonstrated our strength and resilience in the face of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem and impose accountability for every criminal action. But you can spare yourself more humiliation. Resign now and submit yourself to accountability by the American people. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this Wall Street Journal article dated January 12, 2026, entitled, "Trump has complained about Pam Bondi repeatedly to aides." Thank you, and I yield back.
Objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman.
May I have 20 seconds, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's hear the opposition research.
Thank you. That's absolutely right, that they're not running for, he's not running for office again because, well, I don't know why you're not running for office again, but after the filing deadline, you publicly announced you would not run when your chief of staff, Patty Garcia, announced and took your seat.
That's a state matter. That isn't a federal matter. You should investigate crimes.
Time belongs
You should investigate
Time belongs to the gentleman
violations
from
of the law.
Texas. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
And a little flexibility on the time. I appreciate the chairman. Madam Attorney General, am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice has prosecuted cases of non-citizen voting? So it's false, as some of my Democratic colleagues have claimed, that it doesn't happen.
Yes.
I ask that today because we're voting on the Save America Act today to enact common sense policies to ensure only American citizens vote in American elections and enact federal voter ID laws. But it's true, for example, that in just this month, a federal grand jury in Newark indicted 2 men with illegally voting in federal election and making false statements. Mohammed Muzammil and Mohammed Shakil were non-citizens at the time they registered to vote. This happens, it happens regularly, and you're prosecuting those crimes, correct?
Yes.
But does that prosecution of those criminals overturn their previously cast votes?
That's all pending.
But it does not overturn votes that they've cast, right? So passing the Save
no,
America Act
Congressman.
would help deal with that problem.
Yes, Congressman.
Second question, as Attorney General, you're in charge of the Executive Office of Immigration Review, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
The Biden-Mayorkas regime caused the immigration court case backlog to explode, correct?
Explode.
Does that sound about right, that in September of 2020, 4 months before President Biden took office, there was a backlog of 1.5 million cases, but by the time President Biden left office, the backlog reached nearly 4.2 million cases?
It sounds about right, but I don't have the exact numbers.
It would be accurate to say that most individuals who file for asylum have a meritless or fraudulent claim?
Most. I don't have the numbers.
Oh, so does it sound correct that of the asylum cases adjudicated in FY 2023 under the Biden regime, that only 14% resulted in an asylum grant and only 12% in fiscal year 2024? Does that sound correct?
It sounds correct. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers.
Could you get that information to us to
Yes,
verify
absolutely.
that data?
I'll get all that information to you.
Under the Trump administration, immigration judges complete an average of 65,000 cases per month, the highest average completion rate in at least a decade. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Ms. Bondi, how many new cases under EOIR received in fiscal year 2025 have you all had? And of those, what percentage have been granted asylum? Do you know?
I can try to get you those numbers. I thought I had those.
That'd be great, because my question is whether President Trump's decision to pause asylum in the wake of the shooting of a National Guardsman by an Afghani here in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital, helped to stop the backlog in your office. Does that sound correct?
Yes, Congressman.
My point being that the leadership of this administration is ending the backlog, reducing the backlog, making sure that we don't have fraudulent asylum claims clogging it, and keeping Americans safe. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So a couple other quick questions on another important topic that has been raised by colleagues on both sides of the aisle with respect to the Epstein case. A few questions. One, Jeffrey Epstein was charged in July 2019 for sex trafficking under the Trump administration in his first term. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And that Ghislaine Maxwell was charged in 2020 also under the Trump administration, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So it is safe to say that the administration led on that issue and that there was silence in the previous administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman, almost complete silence from everyone who's been trying to still talk about Epstein. They didn't say a word under the Biden administration, nothing.
And I want to make one other point and then another question, though, that is important. I want to make one observation, that is that we've heard the information today, which is troubling, that Jane Doe's, that victims' information was made public and was unredacted in the files that were released on Friday. So my question is, some of us had argued when we were dealing with the discharge petition in Congress that when Congress inserted itself into the process, that we needed to be very careful to ensure that we were protecting victims. So a question that is both, I just want to make that clear that some of us were fighting for that here and we didn't get a chance to amend it or change it. So that was concerning. But a question a little more pointed, I have to say, is why, though, were the victims' names released that shouldn't have been? That there were names in the files, that these Jane Does, that their names shouldn't have been made public, when there were some accusers whose names were redacted? That's question one. Mm-hmm. And question two was that Ghislaine Maxwell was put in jail for trafficking minors. Rightly so, and you properly said here at this table, you hope she dies in jail. Well, I want to know, will anyone besides her or Epstein, which I congratulate President Trump's previous administration and this Department of Justice for continuing all of that, but that they were indicted, but will anyone else be indicted and prosecuted under this, given the information that's in front of us? So two questions.
Thank you for letting me answer that. They didn't want to hear my answer on the other side. Yes, given the tight time frame of 30 days, I believe we got everything released within a little over 60 days. I'm talking as fast as I can. My time is up. We did the best we could immediately. If everyone's been coming to view the documents, if someone's name should not have been redacted, we're releasing it. If someone's name was redacted, we said right away, was not redacted and should have been, meaning a victim, we went back and redacted it. We're doing everything we can based on the tight time frame and over 3 million pages that we released that Donald Trump signed for pure transparency. Second, what was your second question?
About whether another individual will be indicted.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for asking that. And they never wanted to hear the answer to that. We have pending investigations in our office.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I have several UCs as receipts. I'd like to have unanimous consent to introduce the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, dated September 25th, 25.
Without objection.
The Bondi Department of Justice memo dated December 4th, 2025.
Without objection.
An article from Newsweek entitled DOJ Deletes Study Alleging Rise in Far-Right Terrorism, dated September 18th, 2025.
Without objection.
Notice article from October 3rd, 2025. Trump's directive on organized political violence could lead to increased surveillance of his critics.
Without objection.
Washington Post article, September 25th, 2025. Trump targets domestic terrorists, but only mentions the radical left.
Without objection.
Idaho Capital Sun, October 18th, 2025. Rest easy, Idahoans. The No King demonstrators are American patriots.
Without objection.
Attacks on freedom of speech, what nonprofits need to know, published by the National Council of Nonprofits, the largest network of nonprofits in America.
Without objection.
The Freedom from Religious Foundation warns that Bondi memo weaponizes federal law enforcement against non-Christians and dissenting viewpoints.
Without objection.
A Ken Klipperstein blog from January 28th, 26, ICE's secret watch lists of Americans.
Without objection.
And an Intercept article from February 2nd, 26, Trump calls his enemies terrorists. Does that mean he can kill them?
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time, and I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school at Marjory Stoneman Douglas. When we passed a bipartisan bill, the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles, a scope, a silencer, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, an anti-Semitic manifesto. My name was the only name on their target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However, the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stop. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room, that Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012, we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see you flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find offense to that. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book. Which is the best one? What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to clear something up that was said earlier and is frequently said and is manifestly not true. And that is the supposed small number of crimes committed by immigrants or illegal immigrants in the country. That has been based on a poorly done study by the Cato Institute, and I believe the Cato Institute itself has even updated that study. The reason that we know that study is not true is that those statistics are not out there. For whatever reason, when somebody is arrested, even for very serious crimes, we do not have on the paperwork whether that person is a legal or illegal immigrant. Okay? If I go to one of my local sheriffs in Wisconsin and ask them how many illegal immigrants in your jail, they will say, I have no idea. We don't keep track of that. When I tour the federal prison right outside of my district, and I ask them, in this federal prison, how many of your inmates are illegal aliens, they will tell me, we have no idea. We don't keep track of that. So whenever you hear a Democrat or anybody, or a pundit, say that, oh, there's so few illegals committing crimes, it is based on nothing, because those statistics are not available anywhere. What I would offer in the next round of appropriation bills, if one of my Democrat colleagues wants to help me out, perhaps in appropriations we can get funds to add to all the paperwork whenever anybody is convicted of crime as to whether or not they are citizen or non-citizen. And then we will have the statistics. But otherwise, whenever you hear somebody say on MSNBC or wherever, oh, so few crimes are committed by illegal immigrants, they don't know what they're talking about because nobody has those numbers. Okay, there's the first thing. Now, the next thing I want to point out, we have had what I think is an unprecedented situation in Minnesota in which they are not assisting ICE in dealing with crimes that are going on up there. In other words, ICE is left to its own devices. When I talk to my local sheriffs, they tell me that whenever a federal agency is engaged in work in Wisconsin, they always make themselves available in case that federal agency needs assistance. This could be something like ICE under DI. It could be drug enforcement. It could be ATF. It could be FBI. It could be Secret Service. It could be the U.S. Marshal. Nobody that I have been able to find, any sheriff in the state of Wisconsin, is aware of any circumstances in which they did not make themselves available to federal law enforcement, either if they need somebody extra to do surveillance, to just park a marked car outside the area, to assist in apprehension of a criminal, if they need assistance with an additional SWAT team, if they need to transport somebody. Local law enforcement is always there. Now, you are not in charge of ICE, but you're in charge of several other agencies. Have you ever heard of anything like what's going on in Minnesota, where the governor or the local mayor refuses to give assistance to federal law enforcement?
I have in Portland and some other cities where they weren't cooperating. But as I said, I did spend 4 days in Minnesota. And I believe many of the local law enforcement wish they could work with us to make their city safe.
Okay, now we'll switch to something else. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for doing this today. You're obviously very bright, obviously very confident, and something I love. You tolerate fools gladly, so I appreciate that trait. You suffer fools gladly. In hearings like this, we often focus on new initiatives undertaken by the department. Today, I'd like to give you an opportunity to discuss actions implemented under the Biden administration's Department of Justice, such as the Foreign Influence Task Force that you have since terminated. And, it's always rare to see anything in the government terminated. But could you elaborate on those decisions and highlight the accomplishments of your tenure at Justice?
Thank you for asking that. We are out of time, but may I answer, Chairman?
Go ahead.
Thank you. The Biden administration weaponized the Foreign Corruption Practices Act. And on February 10th, President Trump issued an executive order pausing that for a DOJ review. Under Deputy Attorney General Blanche's supervision, a comprehensive review was led And the department issued new guidelines protecting all Americans and protecting against the weaponization that happened under the Biden administration.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted, even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those 2 documents in unredacted form to members of Congress? Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay, they're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted, and it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege, there is no attorney-client privilege, and I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you unredact this?
You were lead counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking.
If they're not privileged,
quiet.
Don't yell at me. If they're not
Mr. Chairman, would you stop the clock? This is on your time. It's not on Mr. Goldman.
If they're not
privileged, you used your improper redaction.
You'll like my answer.
To continue to protect
time belongs to the member.
We'll be happy to release them.
Yeah, we'll stop the clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
Even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. 1 is redacted, 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in an interview last week—
How will you tell me that's intentional?
In an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche—
You can't go off script.
—said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you, who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses
Gentleman's
to talk
time has
to.
expired.
And I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott.
Thank
May
you.
I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here we go. Arson, El Salvador, Miguel Palacios. Fermin Flores Ramales, Mexico, rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Time belongs to Congressman Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Attorney General, I want to be sure that the American people understand exactly what we're referring to when we talk about sanctuary policies. They are often framed in sort of innocuous terms like, we refuse to take part in immigration law. And when you add up all of the population represented by these cowardly politicians in sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's a county, city, or state, sanctuary jurisdictions account for roughly 40% of the United States. Now, in reality, it's much more than just a passive exercise. Is that not correct?
Yes.
It's unbelievably active. And in terms of breaking down these terms, I want to break it down as clearly a term as I can. What is a federal detainer for the American people? Please describe it.
A federal detainer is when someone is held in federal custody.
Yes. And when a federal detainer is issued to local law enforcement, they are obviously in local or state custody, correct?
Yes.
And federal officers take note of that apprehension and they say, we want to come and apprehend him or her to deport them. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in these sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's California, Illinois, New York, or other places, even in North Carolina, there are sanctuary jurisdictions. That federal detainer often prompts not any cooperation, not any assistance, but a release onto the streets. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and Congressman, a federal detainer is federal law.
Yes.
That people must abide by, yet these jurisdictions, many of these jurisdictions are not abiding by that.
And we hear a lot of talk from the other side about victims of violent crimes, sex crimes, murders, whatever it may be. But I want to be very clear. Illegal aliens who have been arrested for committing some of the most heinous crimes, they have been released by sanctuary cities, by sanctuary states, rather than being turned over to the federal government for deportation. Isn't that correct?
It is, and it's sad for all Americans that any jurisdiction would do that. These are some of the most violent criminals I think we've all seen.
Yes. And despite their best efforts to obstruct you and the president in making us all safer, I just want to go through a quick list again of the accomplishments that you have been in part responsible for achieving. True or false, the country now has the lowest murder rate in 125 years.
Yes.
True or false, 62 major cities are now reporting rapid decline in murder rates.
Yes.
True or false, robberies are down nearly 20% over the last year.
Yes.
True or false, violent crime is down almost 15% over the past year.
Yes.
True or false, right here in Washington, D.C., violent crime is down almost 30% since President Trump took office.
Yes, and the number may be even better than that, but yes.
Good.
Yes.
True or false, the DEA has seized over 200,000 kilograms of cocaine since President Trump took office.
I believe so, and 78,500 kilos of meth and more than 260,000 kilos of cocaine.
Unbelievable.
That's lives saved every
Unbelievable.
day for all of us, for
Absolutely.
families, for children.
And then true or false, the Department of Justice under your leadership has a 92% success rate at the Supreme Court,
I believe so.
or ballpark.
Ballpark.
And then true or false, this administration is attacking the waste, fraud, and abuse that we have seen in places like Minnesota that is removing billions of hard-earned tax dollars from this country.
Absolutely, and President Trump is committed to doing that in every city in this country.
And Madam Attorney General, just to be very brief here, I want to be sure that you know that many on this committee made very serious efforts to try to amend the Epstein petition to give you the resources and the time to protect victims, to go through and to have the necessary runway to thoroughly go through that file. Unfortunately, those requests were met with refusal, and we were unable to make the necessary amendments. But thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
The good gentleman yields back. We turn to the good lady from California, Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here today. I want to talk with you about an issue on which there is broad bipartisan agreement: the importance of ensuring trust between the American public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Of course, as well as members of Congress.
Thank you. And would you include yourself as a law enforcement leader?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You know, President Trump has also, he has referred to himself as the chief law enforcement officer of this country. So do you believe that President Trump is honest?
He is the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, and not only is he keeping this country safe,
do you
he is keeping this world
were brutally murdered in their home. And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime and obtained a 6-count indictment of the murder suspect, stating that he had intent to kill, injure, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. And I have the copy right here. I read through it. Yet a few weeks ago, President Trump suggested publicly that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was behind these murders, posting on his Truth Social account a video raising this conspiracy theory. And it wasn't true. And you know it wasn't true, or else you would not have brought an indictment against the subject. Do you know what else Trump has said? He has said he has cut gas prices by 1,400%. False. That he won the 2020 election.
Actually, gas is down to $1.99 a gallon, thanks to President Trump.
That he didn't know Epstein.
Maybe $5 in California.
It's my time, Mr. Chair. That he sent water to LA during the wildfires. False. That Governor Westmore of Maryland called him the greatest president of his lifetime. False. So many tales, too many to keep up. But I want to go back to what he said about Tim Walz. Do you agree that President Trump undermined public trust in law enforcement by suggesting that Governor Walz was involved in the Hortman murders?
I am not familiar with that statement.
Well, that is a disappointing response, and it is also why your office and Donald Trump have zero credibility, because I know, and you know, it was a right-wing extremist who murdered the Hortmans. And you and the president are being dishonest with the American people. Last fall, after the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. And his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with this statement? You're taking too long. Madam Attorney General, but you know the answer because your own department has addressed the question. In 24, the DOJ's research arm issued a report on domestic terrorism stating that the number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremists. The DOJ published the report, and after the president made those comments, the DOJ took the report down. And I sent you a letter asking you a simple question. Why did the Justice Department remove the data that shows right-wing extremists have killed more innocent people than left-wing extremists?
Did you refer to immigration enforcement as domestic terrorism?
You should answer my question.
Yes.
You're on my time, but you won't. And what I am asking you to do is put the report back, restore the data. Stop scrubbing important data from your website. Stop taking down reports that you know the American people need to know about. There are violent, dangerous people out here with real threats, and the dishonesty from your agency comes from the covering up of these threats that could hurt American people and put our lives at rest. Do better. And with that, I yield back, Mr.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I have one moment?
You may.
Her district includes Culver City, and she's not talking about any crime in her districts, nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details.
Well, thank you, Madam Attorney General, and we are grateful to have you here today. And let me just say that you've shown great perseverance today, and I think you're coming to the last lap here of those of us that are left, but I applaud your strength and I applaud your resolve. Madam Attorney General, as a pastor for over 37 years now, I take serious issue with any attempts by agitators to disrupt church services or activities at houses of worship. And I just want to take a moment to clarify some things. I realize you can't talk about pending cases per se, but I do want to ask some very general questions for clarification. Does the DOJ consider unauthorized entry into a house of worship to be protected activity under the First Amendment when undertaken by a member of the press?
Unauthorized with the intent of disrupting, yes.
Okay.
Even if it's a blogger like Don Lemon.
Correct. How does the DOJ distinguish between news gathering activity and expressive or protest conduct when a press defense is asserted?
Congressman, I met with the pastor of that church, and what happened there was horrific. Of course, the press is welcome, and I would hope all houses of worship, whether it's a synagogue, whether it's a church, any house of worship. However, what happened here is a pending case again, but within the four corners of the indictment, they were, quote, gearing up for resistance. They entered a house of worship, and I think the video speaks for itself. What happened in there, what the video doesn't show, is there were approximately 400 parishioners in there on a Sunday morning. Families, grandparents with canes, children upstairs in Sunday school their parents were blocked from getting to them once this resistance took place, and they had named it Operation Pull-Up. It was heartbreaking for those families. They were terrified. I think they've all said that, and nothing like that should happen in this country, and under my watch, it won't.
Thank you. And just to clarify, accosting members of a congregation and creating a scene marked by intimidation and threat inside a house of worship would not be protected First Amendment activity, correct?
Absolutely not, and a grand jury has indicted individuals over that.
Thank you. One other question, just shifting a little bit. You know, my home state of North Carolina has been making national headlines at times, and particularly in the city of Charlotte, we've made pleas at times for our governor to get involved, bring in the National Guard. Our Fraternal Order of Police had pointed out that we were about 270 local cops below what we needed in order to adequately police the city. And yet the governor's declined to offer to partner with the federal government to bring in reinforcements to Charlotte. I want to give you just a few moments, really the balance of my time, to explain the impact that Memphis Safe Task Force has had on crime and safety in Memphis, because I know there was a place we saw that cooperation has tended to breed great results, and I would love to hear a little more about that.
Thank you. And I have numbers for you too. Well, and we're all right here in DC, we're all living right here in DC, and I think we've seen the remarkable impact that it has working with members of the Democrat Party on this, with law enforcement, with the mayor, with the police chief, doing everything we can to make DC safe. As of February 9th, there were nearly 10,000 arrests. This is DC. 1,000 illegal guns seized since the operation began, with carjackings down 81% from this time last year, and violent crime down 42%. DC is safer because of it. We know we had a National Guardsman shot, and we had a beautiful young woman killed. I went to her funeral, and I keep in touch with the National Guardsman who was shot, his parents. He's doing great. He's a miracle. Please continue to pray for him. I know my time is up, but same results I spoke about earlier in Memphis, and we're still working on that with the help of Make Memphis Safe Again.
Well, again, I think it just draws an incredible contrast between what we've seen happening in Minneapolis versus what we've seen happen in DC, what we saw happen in Memphis, and what I would love to see in some ways, if we could ever get our governor to work with us in North Carolina, to happen in Charlotte. But with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors, because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughingstock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add, that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ, because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter, so let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history, an attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted, so what we talking about? Convict Texas, some of these perpetrators homicide. That rape these women that are sitting behind you, that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back to make up for the yelling? Thank you. General, did you have anything further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil Joseph from Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape. Khalid Khan from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together, and this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General of Florida and I in Kansas. You served professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles, and I'm glad you're there, both generally and today. Part of the reason I ran for Congress is because in my former role, I saw in the real world, in my state, the consequences of failed U.S. immigration, and border security policy. And I'll spare you the lengthy recitation, but let me give you the short version. I sit here and think about a fellow who was running, I believe it was drugs for the cartels, and shot a police officer in Oklahoma, drove across the border into my state, kidnapped an old man, and then invaded a house and shot at cops before we ultimately neutralized him. He's in prison now for, I believe, the rest of his life. I'm thinking about a drunk driver who was in our country illegally, never should have been here, and one night killed a young deputy on southern Johnson County, Kansas, who was making a traffic stop on another individual. Drunk driver ran into him, never should have been here, shouldn't have happened. Thinking about a guy who was deported repeatedly, came back and ultimately murdered, I believe it was 4 people in Kansas City, Kansas, and then fled to Missouri and killed a 5th guy. He died in prison. I'm thinking about a guy we prosecuted who wasn't supposed to be in this country, who raped a child in a little rural county up north on the Nebraska border, and we sent him to prison for, I believe, the rest of his life. Thinking about a guy who wasn't supposed to be here at all, who murdered, I think it was his wife or his domestic partner in an act of domestic violence in northwest Kansas. Thinking about another guy who was here and joined up with some folks who were citizens and committed a crime spree and then thought he might get caught, so he killed one of his accomplices. And we sent him to prison for the rest of his life. And that's just the ones I'm thinking about sitting right here. And you know what's common in all of those? They all committed violations of my state's law. They were caught by my state's law enforcement. They were prosecuted by my state's prosecutors. They are serving time in my state's prisons. And if and when they ever get out, the United States has said they need to be sent out of this country because of what they did. There's a list, you're holding up photos, General. There's a list on the Department of Homeland Security's website. It has about 280, 290 people like that in my state of Kansas. And you know what? We haven't made headlines like Minneapolis. We haven't made headlines like Memphis. We haven't made headlines like Los Angeles. And you know why? Because our cops are professionals and our politicians, by law, allow them to do their job and to work with federal agents for safe handoffs in order to do everything that's supposed to be done, justice under state law, and the justice of deportation on the back end. So I want to do something that's been rare here today, General. I want to ask you about public policy. Donald Trump won't be president forever. I would like to lock in some of these gains we have made in public safety. Should we be exploring the idea, for example, of beefing up 287G partnerships, or maybe replicating that so that state prosecutors can work more closely with federal prosecutors to get deportation orders as well as state convictions?
Absolutely.
In terms of sanctuary jurisdictions, when a sanctuary jurisdiction says as a matter of politics, go pound sand to the feds, we won't honor your detainer, so they release those people I'm talking about into their communities. And those people commit another crime of property or violence against citizens. Should those citizens have some type of civil redress against the jurisdiction that as a matter of public policy turned those people loose who created the new victims?
Yeah, and Congressman, it's risking the lives of all of the citizens of that jurisdiction.
And you've been sued a lot, or the administration has, by folks who don't like your policies.
Hundreds of times.
You've won many of those.
Yes.
Isn't it the case that the law says under Rule 65 that when you win those and there's a wrongfully entered injunction that there's supposed to be a monetary remedy for that, so there's a cost?
Yes.
And didn't the president direct you and other agency heads to start seeking bonds in those cases?
Yes.
And should we beef up the law in that area by codifying that requirement going forward?
I would love to discuss that with you.
Thank you, General. Thank you for being here.
Gentleman yields back. Well done. Some of the questions he raised, we plan on taking up in a markup in a couple weeks on the whole sanctuary jurisdiction issue. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, for taking the time to speak with us. We certainly really appreciate it. I've got a series of questions for you that we can get through pretty quickly, I think. Can you tell me, is it true that the Biden-Harris DOJ raided President Trump's home?
They did.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ allow Jack Smith to spy on over a dozen Republican members of Congress?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seize the phone of a sitting Republican congressman?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and Jack Smith pay at least $20,000 to confidential human sources to provide information on President Trump?
At least.
At least. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI fail to apprehend the suspect who placed pipe bombs near the Capitol ahead of January 6th?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target parents as domestic terrorists?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target pro-life Catholics, going so far as to interview a priest and a choir director?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ send FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates with no criminal histories?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ use the FACE Act to target pro-life advocates while it allowed anti-life agitators to vandalize, destroy, and firebomb pregnancy resource centers and churches?
Multiple times, I believe.
Multiple times. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ ever determine who leaked the Dobbs decision?
I can't discuss that. No, under Biden-Harris.
Got it.
No.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI target whistleblowers for revealing waste, fraud, and abuse within the department to Congress?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ refuse to say whether it coordinated with Alvin Bragg, Fani Willis, and Letitia James in their lawfare against President Trump?
They refused.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ slow walk the criminal investigation and prosecution of Hunter Biden?
That's an understatement, in my opinion.
Yep. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ determine who brought cocaine into the Biden White House?
They did not.
They did not. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent?
As far as we know, they did not.
Right, that's right. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent of the Russia collusion hoax?
Absolutely, in my opinion, yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ, seek leniency from a federal court for an IRS contractor who leaked sensitive tax information on over 7,600 Americans, including President Trump?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ sue Texas because the state wanted to secure its own southern border?
Yes.
And finally, did the Biden-Harris DOJ attack SpaceX for hiring too many Americans?
I believe they did.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, and I appreciate that a lot of this is being cleaned up under your leadership. So thank you for returning the DOJ back to its core focus, which is on the rule of law. And I think that we see the results of that. I've got a few more similar questions for you. How have, over the past year since President Trump has been in office, how have murders trended in the United States?
Since President Trump has been in office, the murder rate has dropped to a historic 20% drop in the national murder rate, lowest since 1900. 20%
drop in 1 year. That's incredible, isn't it?
And that's thanks to the incredible men and women of law enforcement, FBI, DEA, ATF, everyone working together to solve violent crime, along with our sheriffs, our local law enforcement, working as a team throughout this country, and our great state and federal prosecutors.
Yep. And how have robberies trended? Have they gone, even if they've just gone down?
Robberies, all violent crime, all violent crime has decreased, as well as robberies.
So murders, violent crime, the country is more safe now, it's fair to say, would you agree, than it was a year and a half ago under Joe Biden?
Absolutely, and Director Patel is working tirelessly to catch those, I'm sure you've been seeing, on the most wanted list. He and Deputy Director Bongino from day one said, we're going to get the most wanted list, and that's what's been happening, working hand in hand with all of our agencies.
Yep. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you for the work you've been doing to refocus the DOJ again on doing your core job. We're very happy with it, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chairman.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. I would just say, earlier one of the Democrats said, they said, who are you, who you are? And I think you're the Attorney General who I think on the first day disbanded the FIDF, first day on the job, rescinded the memo that required spying on parents that Mr. Garland had issued, and stood up the weaponization working group. I think you did that all on day one. Not to mention, you're the first Justice Department that's put in place, as we've talked about earlier, this Deputy Attorney General for combating fraud. So we appreciate that, and of course, all the things that Mr. Gill pointed out with the crime stats that have went down. So our last questioner today, but not the least, the gentleman, I'm sorry, we're going to have two more. We got Mr. Onder and then Mr. Baumgartner. So Mr. Baumgartner, well, let's go that way since you're here. You're ready to go. Mr. Baumgartner, and then we'll come back to Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi. You know, being a freshman on this committee, you always get a bit surprised, I guess, even this 1 year into my term here, how theatrical days like this can be. But I think you've performed well today and answered the questions well today, and that's a credit to you and appreciated by the American people. You know, the Epstein issue is certainly important and is important for the victims. I think both I and the American people have a little bit of trouble taking the Democrats super seriously on this issue when they have been so uncurious about President Clinton's relations with Jeffrey Epstein. And even myself, I had no idea that there was actually a sitting Democrat congresswoman who had taken substantial campaign donations for Mr. Epstein, only when that came to light on the floor with the potential resolution. And you would think there would be more outrage on those types of things if they were going to be taken credible. But we do know the performance value of what goes on in this committee. I want to talk about the big things that Department of Justice is doing. And when I look at the dramatic decrease in crime in this country in the last year since the Trump administration has come, you'll see the board behind me. Violent crime plummets across major U.S. cities. And I guess so my first question would be, and when it comes to the big stuff, how are you guys getting this stuff so right? What contributes from your perspective to this dramatic decrease in crime in major U.S. cities under the Trump administration?
When I first took office, I met with all of our agencies. And the one thing that stuck with me, that one of the heads of the department said to me, one of the law enforcement department heads, President Trump has taken the handcuffs off us so we can keep the people of America safe. And that's what he's done. He has given our law enforcement officers the tools that they need and the backing that they need, the support that they need to combat violent crime and all crime throughout this country. And, you know, I'd be remiss, we've talked about the FBI, we've talked about DEA a bit, but can I please brag about ATF? Rob Cicada and Dan Driscoll, of course, who has been our acting head of ATF, have done a remarkable job stopping guns from flowing into Mexico, not harassing gun owners. 26,965 violent crime cases have been initiated, including more than 4,300 firearms trafficking cases. More than 1,200 of those are tied to gun trafficking in Mexico. I talk to them almost daily.
Thank you.
And they're working so hard.
Well, thank you, Attorney General. Again, you know, I look back at this last year, and we've had this historic tax cut. Yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, the National Cancer Foundation ran full-page ads thanking Congress, the administration, for doing more for cancer research than has ever been done before. I was just meeting with Habitat for Humanity out in the hallway, and they came and thanked us for doing more that's ever been done for Habitat for Humanity. So there's been so many accomplishments, but I really think this crime is the biggest deal of all. But I do have some concerns on this issue, and those also are respect to how we keep people safe with sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And I remind everyone, and as I'm sure you know, Madam Attorney General, that when we had the terrible terrorist attacks of 9/11, the number one recommendation of the 9/11 Commission was to reduce barriers between all levels of law enforcement. They specifically pointed to things like fusion centers, Joint Terrorism Task Force, and getting local law enforcement and federal law enforcement to work together and communicate on a regular basis. And I would just like your perspective, because we have a more complex global threat than any time since World War II. We still have Islamic terrorism. We have spies from China, Iran, Russia, all these things. And what does sanctuary cities and states do for communication, law enforcement? How does it make us less safe?
Sanctuary cities and states are attempting to prevent communication among all the law enforcement agencies. And of course, that's keeping all of America less safe, especially when the violent criminals are fleeing to those jurisdictions because they believe they're protected. But with all of our joint task forces, I see it every day, Congressman, how well, despite what these liberals are trying to do, Donald Trump's administration is working tirelessly to protect all of Americans, and all of our agencies working hand in hand to keep America safe.
Well, you guys are getting the big stuff right. You look at that decrease in crime across the country, you ought to take a victory lap. Well done.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here on this long day. And I want to thank you most of all for your leadership in your whole career defending victims. And now I want to take a moment to talk about you protecting victims from a different kind of child abuse, that medicalized child abuse that goes under the banner of gender-affirming care, that far too many of my Democrat colleagues enthusiastically support and unapologetically support. Shortly after returning to office, President Trump signed an executive order directing HHS to review the clinical evidence and determine whether sex-rejecting interventions caused more harm than good. HHS reached the same conclusion that the UK and Finland and Sweden reached, that the risks are serious and that imposing this so-called care on minors was not appropriate. This executive order also directed you as Attorney General to, quote, work to draft, propose, and promote legislation to enact a private right of action for children and the parents of children whose healthy body parts have been damaged by medical professionals practicing chemical and surgical mutilation, which should include a lengthy statute of limitations. Last September, you transmitted that bill to Congress. It has been my honor to introduce that bill as the Chloe Cole Act. We named the bill after Chloe Cole, who sat where you're sitting just a few years ago on her 19th birthday. During a hearing chaired by now Speaker Mike Johnson, I'd like to play a clip of her testimony that day to remind us of our story.
On to puberty blockers and then testosterone. The resulting menopausal-like hot flashes made focusing on school impossible. I still get joint pains and weird pops in my back, but they were far worse when I was on the blockers. A month later, when I was 13, I had my first testosterone injection. This caused permanent changes to my body. My voice will forever be deeper, my jawline sharper, my nose longer, my bone structure permanently masculinized, my Adam's apple more prominent, my fertility unknown. I look in the mirror sometimes and I feel like a monster. I had a double mastectomy at 15. They tested my amputated breast for cancer. And I was cancer-free, of course. I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my still developing body or my breasts, other than that, as an insecure teenage girl, I felt awkward about it. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated. Before I was able to legally drive, I had a huge part of my future womanhood taken from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction. And I have massive scars across my chest. And the skin grafts that they took of my nipples are weeping fluid today. And they were grafted into a more masculine positioning, they said.
Chloe testified that day that what she needed was mental health therapy, but she never received it. And she was not suicidal until after they did these horrible things to her. She pleaded with Congress to act so that future children would not suffer what she did. Last week was a major turning point in for these medical malpractice claims when a detransitioner was the first to successfully hold doctors liable with a $2 million settlement for what they did to that poor girl. Just days later, the American Society of Plastic Surgeons announced that they would no longer do transgender surgeries on minors, and the AMA followed suit. This proves that if the bill your DOJ drafted were passed into law, these barbaric practices would end immediately because all victims would be able to hold those who harm them accountable. Could you share with us a little bit about your work in advocating for victims like Chloe and what a private right of action would mean for victims like her and their families?
Yes, and first, Congressman, thank you for championing this bill. And also to Chloe, what a brave young woman to come before this body.
Yes.
And
at age 19.
At age 19, and talk about what happened to her. It's not about just giving relief to children who have been harmed. It allows victims whose healthy body parts have been damaged to seek relief and obtain relief. And thanks to you, and we are proud to work hand in hand with you on this issue. And I think it's pretty sad none of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle even brought that up. But I hope they support this to protect all children throughout this country.
Well, General Bondi, thank you so much to you, to your department, to President Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I've just saved some UC requests for the end, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you kindly. Record low crime during the Biden-Harris administration. Crime down in every category in 2024 under Biden. FBI report says Trump takes credit for violent crime drop where rates were already falling. From NPR, Trump administration targets ATF with plans to cut jobs and ease gun restrictions. And then a few oldies but goodies, I've introduced these before about the claim that we didn't have anything to say about Epstein before the Trump administration. Raskin joins call for Attorney General to reopen Epstein case and publicly release Acosta misconduct investigation and documents March 1, 2019. Oversight Committee plans hearing with Acosta on plea deal with Epstein, July 10, 2019. And finally, 68 House members call for resignation of Labor Secretary Acosta, July 10, 2019.
Without objection, Attorney General Bondi, thank you for your service to the country. And thank you for being here for a long day. We appreciate your willingness to come and answer our questions and the great job you're doing for our country. And I got one thing I got to say. This concludes today's hearing. We thank our witness for appearing before the committee. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned. And we welcome everyone to today's hearing on oversight of the Department of Justice. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll begin with opening statements. The chair is now recognized. 18 cities, 11 states, 3 counties, and the District of Columbia are sanctuary jurisdictions, accounting for 31% of the population in this country. 31% of the American people, almost 1/3 of the American people, live in a city, county, or state where the left-wing leadership tells local law enforcement not to work with federal law enforcement. Now, what does that mean in practice? Let's look at Abraham Gonzalez, who on September 20th, 2023, was arrested by Border Patrol for illegally entering the United States. And of course, the Biden administration released him into the country. 5 months later, February 26, 2024, Mr. Gonzalez is charged with assault. 2 weeks later, March 11, 2024, he's charged with felony motor vehicle theft, stole a car. And on March 20th, 2024, 9 days later, he's arrested by the Denver police and placed in the Denver Justice Center. 6 days later, March 22nd, 2024, ICE sends a detainer notice to the Denver Justice Center saying this: if you're going to release Mr. Gonzalez, can you give us a heads up? Can you let us know maybe 48 hours before you're going to release this guy so we can come apprehend him there at the jail? And remember, a detainer is a final order of removal from a court where this individual or this individual's committed some removable offense. But on February 28th, 2025, Abraham Gonzalez is released to the streets. In fact, we can put that up. I think you can see this. Released, we got the form from the Denver Justice Center. What kind of inmate was Mr. Gonzalez for those 345 days that he was in the Denver Justice Center? We have that too. Violent to the staff, keep separate. So this guy was so bad, you had to keep him away from other inmates. He'd already assaulted some staff member, but Denver released this guy to the streets and instead of turning him over to ICE agents who would have come to the jail and arrested him there. And of course, we all know what happens. When the officers did apprehend Mr. Gonzalez out on the street, he assaulted one of the officers. This is what happens when you have a sanctuary jurisdiction. Right now in Minnesota, there are 1,360 detainer notices for violent offenders. Governor Walz and others have released 470 criminal illegal aliens back to the streets. In New York State, it's 7,000. Nationwide, it's over 17,000 that we know of, where a detainer was filed. Since President Trump's been in office, over 17,000 times a detainer was filed, and those individuals were released to the streets instead of turned over to federal law enforcement. 17,864 times. Illegals who've been charged with the crime have been released to the streets, and thereby jeopardizing the safety of the public, the safety of law enforcement, and of course the migrant themselves. And frankly, helping create the environment that results in the tragic deaths like we saw with Miss Good and Mr. Preddy. A few years ago, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders said this in response to the State of the Union address. She said, "The divide in America today is normal versus crazy." And it's true, because it's crazy not to have a border, which is what we had under the previous administration. It's crazy to abolish ICE, and it's crazy to release bad guys who are here illegally to the streets when with one phone call, federal law enforcement will come to the jail and pick them up. The mindset that says it's okay to release these guys is the same left-wing mindset that thinks it's okay to weaponize government against your political opponents. And that is exactly what we had in the previous Justice Department. The Biden-Harris Department of Justice called parents domestic terrorists. The Biden-Harris Justice Department used FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates. The Biden-Harris DOJ targeted traditional Catholics. The Biden-Harris DOJ pressured social media companies to censor Americans, and the Biden-Harris Justice Department launched not one, but 2 investigations into President Trump, spending over $35 million to try to bring down their political opponent. To further this effort, they sought the phone records of over a dozen Republican members of Congress. Even the Democrats said this was wrong. They got bank records for scores of White House officials. They even paid at least one confidential human source $20,000 for information on President Trump. And of course, while doing all this, they couldn't tell us who planted the pipe bombs, who leaked the Dobbs opinion, and who put cocaine in the White House. But thank goodness the American people saw through it all. Americans were tired of being targeted for their beliefs, tired of the lawfare, tired of the rampant crime throughout this country, and that's why they overwhelmingly elected President Trump. And what a difference a year makes. What a difference a year makes. Under Attorney General Bondi, the DOJ has returned to its core missions, upholding the rule of law, going after the bad guys, and keeping Americans safe. The Trump Justice Department has restored the rule of law. Murders are down nationwide by 20%. In D.C., violent crime is down by 28%. The federal surge in D.C. resulted in 8,000 arrests, the seizure of 800 illegal guns, and the recovery of 16 missing kids. The Trump Justice Department apprehended a suspect in the pipe bomb investigation, and they've arrested 6 of the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitives in just 1 year. Of course, they arrested narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro, and they seized a record number of drugs flowing into this country. Trump Justice Department put an end to targeting Americans for their beliefs. Attorney General Bondi rescinded Attorney General Garland's anti-parent memorandum. Department of Justice ended the practices of using the FACE Act to target pro-life Americans. They've refused to tolerate attacks on places of worship and investigations of traditional Catholics that we saw in the previous administration. On her first day, Attorney General Bondi disbanded the Foreign Influence Task Force that was pressuring social media companies to censor Americans. And the Trump Justice Department has ended lawfare. Under Attorney General Bondi, along with Director Patel, they've worked to expose the political nature of Arctic Frost and the Jack Smith investigations. They've turned over hundreds of pages of documents to Congress, and that's why we know, for example, that Mr. Smith paid at least $20,000 to some confidential human source. That's why we know that Jack Smith knew it was unconstitutional to seek to toll records from members. But since the litigation risk was low, and because members would never find out about the subpoena until years later, they charged ahead and violated the Constitution. The Trump Justice Department has changed DOJ policy to require prosecutors to tell judges if NDOs relate to members of the separate and equal branch of government, the Congress. And to top it all off, the Trump Justice Department opened an investigation into the conspiracy behind the Russia collusion hoax. The Justice Department has put common sense ahead of politics. They sued to keep boys out of girls' sports. They secured deals with universities to stop race-based admissions and anti-Semitic practices. And after discovering rampant fraud in Minnesota, the the Justice Department, under the leadership of Attorney General Bondi, has established a new National Fraud Division. In fact, I met with Colin McDonald, who will head that division, last week. I think he's going to do a great job. There's a lot of work to be done in that area, but I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Scott or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there. And you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA, But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem called Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagan Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and 2-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts, and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had 0 prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who were veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in D.C., suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just one round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions. And when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th, 2025. She previously served in the Office of the White House Counsel, 2 terms as the Florida Attorney General, and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. And please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Madam Attorney General, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That's nothing short of historic. If you compare 25 to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 43%, gun assault down 22%, ag assault, burglary, could go on and on. Crime is declining. This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you? This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis. These are 2 iconic American cities that spent years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. We achieved those results by working with Democratic mayors. Public safety does not have a party registration. When your constituents call 911, they don't ask for political views of the responding officer. They ask for help. I have federal agents in each and every one of your districts. They're here to help, and I am here to help. Many cities and states have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some have not. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have declared that they are, quote, at war with the federal government and encouraged widespread obstruction of law enforcement. This has resulted in avoidable clashes on the streets, as you've all seen. We've seen rioters storming a Christian church. Citizens and law enforcement officers have both been endangered by reckless rhetoric. We have made dozens of arrests in and around Minneapolis so far, and many of them could have been avoided by simple compliance with federal law. Of course, our efforts reach beyond our urban centers. We are striking crucial blows against terrorist organizations such as MS-13, TDA, the Sinaloa Cartel, and Antifa. And as we sit here, I think you've seen the news this morning. The news is reporting that cartel drones are being shot down by our military. That's what we all should care about right now, protecting America. As we seek to dismantle these drug trafficking networks, Americans, in 2025, our DEA agents seized more than 47 million fentanyl pills and more than 9,800 total kilos of fentanyl. That represents 369 million potentially deadly doses that can kill Americans. Meanwhile, our attorneys are fighting for President Trump's agenda in courtrooms across this country. This administration has been sued 627 times. We've fought through a nonstop flood of bad faith temporary restraining orders from liberal activist judges across this country. America has never seen this level of coordinated judicial opposition towards a presidential administration. It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic process. In spite of this unprecedented judicial activism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings at the U.S. Supreme Court, their emergency docket, and even more to come. We've done so while ending the weaponization of the prior administration by dropping FACE Act prosecutions, exposing the Arctic frost scandal via congressional disclosure, thank you, Chairman, and restoring one tier of justice in this country. To address the Epstein files, more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands of hours painstakingly reviewing millions of pages to comply with Congress's law. We've released more than 3 million pages, including 180,000 images, all to the public, while doing our very best in the time frame allotted by the legislation to protect victims. And if you brought us a victim's name that was inadvertently released, we immediately redacted it. All members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit DOJ to see for yourselves. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein survivors who are here today. I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so. I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster. If you have any information to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you, the FBI is waiting to hear from you. I want you to know that any accusations of criminal wrongdoing will be taken seriously and investigated. The Department of Justice is committed to holding criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law. In 2025, the FBI arrested over 1,700 child predators, a 10% increase from 2024. We also located 2,700 victims of child exploitation and shut down 3.8 million dark web pedophile accounts. 3.8 million. So please, if you have information to share that needs to be investigated, contact the FBI. Today, I look forward to discussing further our shared obligation to protect the American people, uphold the rule of law, and keep this nation safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. The chair we now proceed under the 5-minute rule. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam General, thank you for your extensive remarks, particularly on your continued investigation of those responsible over the years in the Epstein debacle. Obviously, you have an amazingly full docket between civil rights, between criminal, between so-called white-collar crime, and doing so, as the chairman said, at a time in which both you and the president are under attack, and our ICE agents and FBI and others are under attack when they try to enforce the law. I personally want to apologize for those who would embolden, support, or even stand with those lawbreakers that sit on this and other daises here in Congress. My job generally is to talk about patents and trademarks as the chairman of that subcommittee. I'll forego that today because one of my other jobs is the creation and maintenance of Article III judges, and I work with the Chief Justice on that, and we're trying to expand the court. But currently, there are only 677 district court judges. They have very full dockets as well. But you create a tremendous amount of judges, particularly immigration judges. You do so in order to save the court that, but adjudicate, as is requirement, each of those people who claim a right to be here in the United States. And that has been going on under Republican and Democratic administrations for years. What's unique about the Trump administration this time is that you and President Trump have managed to reduce the backlog of people seeking that for the first time in decades. You are getting ahead of that tremendous backlog that caused, for better or worse, the release of millions of people with little pieces of paper saying, come back later when we call you, and often to no avail when you call. So I want to congratulate you on that because it's an accomplishment you might not take credit for and the other side would never give you credit for. But I hope you can continue to do that and do more. And I say so for a reason, because much of this hearing will be about Minneapolis and other places in which the backlog of criminal aliens, including in my home state of California, people who have hurt other people, people who have victimized their communities, is extensive. And although the overall number through adjudication may be going on, because of places like my home state, California, you're unable to apprehend people that my sheriffs want apprehended. They desperately want to cooperate, and they're prohibited by law. It is this committee's opinion on this side of the aisle that, in fact, you should be given the ability to demand that, that participation, and that the release of a known criminal not be considered to be acceptable just because a state or a city has declared itself a sanctuary. I want you to opine on just one thing that I think has been misunderstood. As I said earlier, you create and maintain those judges that adjudicate these cases. You also support so many that, in fact, have to make decisions as judges. Knowing that this limitation of so few Article III judges are there, please educate those who seem to miss the point that Article I judges, including bank title appropriately judge, do in fact issue documents that look like, act like, and are normally accepted as warrants, as subpoenas, as demands for state officials to stand aside and allow the production of either an individual or documents. Because I think people are missing the point that these ICE retainers and detainers and so on, they act like they're nothing when in fact in the ordinary course, Madam General, you do in fact have Article I judges constantly putting those out, and they are respected normally.
Thank you, Congressman, for talking about all the great judges. And if I could add one thing to that, we are always recruiting and looking for judges. So please reach out to our office for these judges who are handling all these very important matters. We've even added some JAG officers as immigration judges.
Thank you.
And so we're continuing to do that, but we're always seeking qualified lawyers as well to be part of that. And thank you for highlighting that, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi, right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of the Epstein files and their information.
Congresswoman, you set before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi.
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions. The witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the
my
answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am reclaiming my time, and when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's reclaimed her
I'm not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say this.
I'll direct it to
what
you.
a massive cover-up.
No, I'm answering a question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is
I'm not going to get
interrupted.
in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing theatrics.
and let me have my
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final 17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only to then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Elaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level,
Chairman,
apologize
The chair now recognizes the chair.
on what you have done.
The time of the gentlelady expired. The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back. We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French cement company, pled guilty in U.S. federal court to participating in a criminal conspiracy with ISIS. That conspiracy contributed to the deaths of U.S. service members fighting in Syria during Operation Inherent Resolve. As part of the plea agreement, Lafarge was required to pay more than $775 million into DOJ's asset forfeiture fund. In February 2025, my colleagues and I sent you a letter urging the department to review the petitions for remission submitted by the families of those fallen service members, including several of my constituents. The previous administration ignored these victims and our requests and left their petitions unresolved. My question for you on this particular issue is if you're willing to work to ensure those families that their petitions will be reviewed and brought to a resolution.
Congressman, we are aware of that, and we're committed to doing everything we can to support the victims and work with you. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, appreciate your answer. And now let's go to something that is also pressing that I've been working on for years, and this is the FISA Section 702 and Arctic frost. In January 2025, you testified before the U.S. Senate and agreed with Senator Lee that, quote, anytime an American citizen's private communications are intercepted or stored, whether through incidental collection or otherwise, those communications should not be searched without some showing of probable cause, close quote. You still hold that view today, I assume?
Yes.
And during the most recent FISA reauthorization, I offered an amendment to establish a clear warrant requirement for searches of Americans' data while preserving every publicly cited operational exception, including emergencies, defensive queries, cybersecurity threats. And my intent was to ensure the Department of Justice could continue to keep Americans safe while also ending warrantless searches of U.S. persons' data. Are there any additional circumstances or exceptions that you believe must be included to ensure DOJ can continue to operate effectively while still protecting American citizens' data and privacy?
Yeah, Congressman, we are committed to working with Congress to uncover weaponization and other misconduct by Jack Smith, by others, Arctic frost, everything that happened under the past administration. And we are committed to working with you on that. And we are working with Chairman Jordan. with the House Intel, with all of our, my fellow cabinet members on resolving that issue.
Well, thank you, and I'm glad you brought up Arctic frost, because Section 702 was used in the Arctic frost investigation.
It was.
And information derived was used by Special Counsel Jack Smith. And my question has always been, and no one's been able to answer this, is what was the legal predicate for using a foreign intelligence authority in the Arctic frost investigation? Have you been able to ascertain any legal predicate?
Congressman, what I can tell you today is that has been referred to my office. I can't discuss anything regarding that because it is very active and ongoing.
And you probably can't answer this one either, but I really want to know if Section 702 queries related to that matter involved members of Congress, which we know at some level it did, congressional staff, which we know at some level did. We've heard that journalists or other U.S. persons not suspecting of acting as foreign agents were also caught up in that. Can you answer that question and say whether queries did cover all those groups I just identified?
It is a very active pending investigation within my office. However, I believe many members of Congress have stated that their phones were part of Arctic frost. We are well aware of that, and we are taking this very seriously, and this is a very active investigation. And I would keep going and say if any member of the Democrat Party, if any of them, if that had happened to them, we would take that just as serious as we do. And they should be jumping up and down, screaming, supporting you and what you want to do, because this should be a bipartisan issue.
Well, I hope it is a bipartisan issue. You know, I'll just leave with these last couple of questions, which I'm sure fall into the same investigation privilege. But that's this: how many such queries were actually conducted overall? This is outside Arctic frost in the prior year by the FBI or other intelligence community. And particularly, we really need to know what were the legal standards applied? Did they use probable cause? Did they use reasonable articulable suspicion? Or did they have no individualized suspicion and just were gathering up information? And that's beyond the investigation with regarding Arctic frost. I don't expect you to have that information today, but if you can help get that information so we can understand the extensive nature of this continued misuse of 702, it would be very particularly helpful.
And it was extensive. Yes, Congressman. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026. And it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican cartel drones.
Without objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides.
That's not a point of order.
No, that every member will get 5 minutes with the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes. Yeah.
With the witness. Okay, very good.
Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious. But either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example: the Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud. But the U.S. attorney leading the investigation Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's so Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, "I fired him and there is a great case," he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. "We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now." And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which a court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred, and not once, but twice, it tried to indict Attorney General James in separate courts. Both grand juries rejected you and refused to indict her. It is practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000 offenses. And you had it happen twice in the same week, in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports you are continuing to investigate her. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you were going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. And those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer
theatrics
the
are
question
ridiculous.
the way I asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
The time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
Reclaiming my time.
I think it's very interesting.
You can
when
reclaim
he
your
talks
time.
about they indicted,
Mr.
the president said they indicted him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock and restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will get in order.
theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to answer.
The question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman.
Reclaiming my time.
Because it's honest.
Reclaiming
So he asked a 4-minute question.
Restore 45
and
seconds
I
to
am
Mr. Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me
Yeah, I
anything,
did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I
Not
said
a
that
few more,
already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go
All
ahead.
right.
My time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None
has
of the perpetrators have
expired.
been brought to justice, but enormous resources
Time
have been
of the
dedicated to
gentleman has
pursuing Trump's
expired,
enemies.
and
It's
obviously
clear
there
that
was-
under your leadership, the Department of Justice
There
no
was
longer
no
works for
question
American
in there.
people. It works
Order
for
respond
Donald
to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over, the Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year. National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low thanks to Donald Trump. That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate, as I said, has plummeted to a 125-year low thanks to Donald Trump. For an unprecedented 9 straight months, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border. That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this president has done and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this, and it took you and President Trump to finally provide transparency and give answers to the American people, and I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two. I want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues on the left. They're not all that bad, but they've got to put on a show. And I'm sorry that you have to go through that. And I would like to yield the last, I'd say 40, and 40 is 80 seconds. The clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted, and I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the Attorney General if she has anything to add.
I'm fine to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, the chair now recognizes, the gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, But I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to two documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails Jeffrey Epstein asking whether a woman identified as M was pro or civilian, and Epstein responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little freaked out by the age difference and stating that he would try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these emails constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warning further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct? Do you think yes or no?
I'm not going to play a yes-no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate any case involving any victim. I'm not familiar, there were 3 million pages, of course, with that email, but of course, we will look into anything. The documents have been released, 3 million, the redacted versions, we left them open for all of you to come view. Have you? I believe you viewed them, if not, will you have some copies?
Pam Bundy is wicked, right? I love her. Keep up the good work. Keep your foot in their neck.
The number of times that I've been to the White House in my entire congressional career.
Mr. Chairman, how many times did Mr. Clinton fly on Mr. Epstein's plane?
At least 26 times, according to the flight logs that were subpoenaed from the estate.
Right.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Those were 4 different trips, 4 trips, and every time they regassed the plane, they counted that as another trip. But it was Asia, Africa, and they had to refuel. So every time they stopped to refuel, they counted that as another leg of the trip. There are 4 trips, not 27.
That's almost like I didn't inhale.
Reclaiming my time. That's still enough trips for us to want to be able to ask the Clintons questions about their involvement with Epstein. Is that true, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Right. So, like I said, I hope that my Democrat colleagues who all of a sudden have found religion, this Congress, and now they want the Epstein files, even though over the last 4 years when they had control of Washington, D.C., you didn't hear a peep about Jeffrey Epstein out of any of them. And so I think it's going to be real telling, how my Democrat colleagues who claim to be all about the victims, how they actually vote on these contempt charges for the Clinton family. And I just think it's interesting, too, that, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is you've been working for the last 4 or 5 months to get the Clintons in here. Is that correct?
5 months, yes, sir.
Did they tell you that they would come in over December 24th and 25th, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day?
They have implied that they would come in, yes.
Okay, so that just goes to show that they're trying to dodge suggesting dates that they know none of us are in session. And I think that's pretty despicable. The other thing I believe that they said is that you and the ranking member could fly up to New York, but you couldn't record any of the conversations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Does that sound like any congressional deposition you've ever heard of, sir?
No, and it would be my word against Mr. Garcia's, and I'm pretty confident I know whose side the New York Times would take, and the Washington Post would take, and MSNBC would take. And look, an investigation, you have to have transcripts, and the media wants transcripts. Well, you have to have transcripts. We don't do the notes, And the Clintons have already accused us of lying, and they accused us of saying this was an unlawful subpoena, which I appreciate Mr. Garcia admitting that it is a lawful subpoena. So I yield back.
I also want to point out one thing that I think has been pretty interesting. When I flew into Washington, D.C. yesterday, my chief of staff told me that he'd been contacted by the Clinton attorneys at least 3 times to try and stop this. So it looks as if they tried to resist you for about 5 months, and once we finally pulled the trigger on it, now they're realizing that this could go very poorly for them. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That's how it appears, that they could stall, and then when it finally came to this vote, they felt like they could count on the Democrats objecting and a few of the Republicans that the media would go to, and the moderates, and say, oh, is this going to affect your election? Is this going to affect your election? At the end of the day, I think even the media wants to hear from Clinton. We all want to see the documents. So everyone in America that's keeping up with this, which is a majority of Americans, they want answers, and we're trying to get answers here today, and the Clintons have obstructed for 5 months. 5 months.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib. Oh, wait a minute. Ms. Randall, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the ranking member.
Thank you. I just want to, again, just clarify that that the Clintons have not objected to a transcript. I just want to clarify that, Mr. Comer, which you just mentioned. And I think that in this moment of negotiation, which you've been in, and you've been in with them this entire time, there's progress being made, and they've not objected to the transcript. Let's talk to President Clinton, and let's get a transcript of it. Let's have the committee there and the staff there and move forward. Thank you.
May I respond? We won't stop the talk. May I respond? They did object to a transcript, Mr. Garcia. They did object to a transcript. They're just now changing because they see that public opinion is not on their side. Chair recognizes Ms. Randall, and we'll give you 5 minutes. We'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I want to start by saying I do not feel it is my responsibility to defend the former president of the United States. As a member of Congress, in a separate and co-equal branch of government from the executive branch, and as a individual person who is responsible to my constituents, it is not my job to defend the former president of the United States. Just like it is not your responsibility, Chair Comer, to carry out the political retribution of the current president of the United States. It is also not this committee's job to yield to the Judiciary Committee to question the subjects of our subpoena.
Man, we don't know what you talking about. We're going to move on until we get to the
Party's actually saying Obama's innocent, not the Democrats, not the media. They're just repeating the same old phrase. He has immunity. Immunity from what, though? If he didn't do anything wrong, why are you defending suddenly quiet or shifting the goalposts? Now, the same people who spent years pointing fingers are being caught in their own contradictions. Even Obama's former attorney, Eric Holder, is sounding alarms. But not for reasons you think. Let's walk through the facts. No hype, no headlines, just the inconvenient truth.
Y'all motherfuckers know Obama wrong, and this how I know y'all motherfuckers know Obama wrong. Why ain't nobody on the news outlet saying that Obama is innocent? Why ain't none of the Democrats on the news outlet saying Obama is innocent? I ain't seen not one Democrat say Obama's not guilty of the shit that they accusing him of. I ain't seen none of that bullshit. Want me to tell you what the fuck I see Democrats saying? I see you motherfuckers saying he got immunity. The fact that y'all saying this man got immunity, that let me know he did the bullshit, and that let me know y'all know he did it, and that let me know the only thing y'all can say is he got immunity. That means it don't matter. It don't even matter if y'all know he did it because he got immunity. That's the craziest shit in the world. Y'all know the motherfucker wrong. Y'all see this is one thing about it. Conservatives, even when we feel like Trump wrong about that Epstein shit, we call his ass out about that bullshit.
We
call his ass out. Even if we don't know the chess move, we don't know it, but we calling his ass out until we get some motherfucking answers. Y'all ain't even calling Obama out. Y'all sovereign leader. Y'all ain't even calling Obama out. Y'all ain't saying nothing. Y'all just saying he got fucking immunity. That let me know y'all know that bastard is goddamn guilty of the shit that he getting accused of. That let me know he goddamn like, but I don't even want to say the T word.
Come on now.
I don't even want to say the T word that around with Ant. I don't want to say it, but y'all know he fucking wrong. Y'all need to hold this motherfucker accountable. But y'all say conservatives is cult behavior. Now y'all bitches got cult behavior because y'all won't hold y'all own accountable. We holding motherfucking Trump accountable, and we steady gonna keep talking about that motherfucking Epstein list until we see it, or until we know the motherfucking damn chess move that you trying to portray. But y'all need to call Obama ass out. Mr. and Mr. Obama need to have their ass called out, especially Obama Sr. for the bullshit that he done did. Call him out. Call him out. Stop talking about some fucking immunity. Nah, we don't want to hear that bullshit.
Yeah, this isn't about party lines, man. It's about the silence. Think about it. If this were Trump, the media would be demanding statements of innocence, showing documents, and holding press conferences. Y'all know how this would go. But with Obama, it's just one blanket defense. He can't be touched. Not he didn't do it. None of those. Nobody's actually denouncing the crime. Just you can't charge him. It's not a defense. That's a diversion. And now we know why. Because someone was targeted. And we've been watching the aftermath ever since.
What they've done is so bad for this country. And it really started right at the 2016 election. And there's a difference when you know it and when you know it and it's all written down for you. I mean, it's all there. It's right there. The orders, the memos, the whole thing is right there.
Were you surprised when you saw it all laid out?
I would have thought they maybe would have thrown it out. I don't know. They handed it. They say, put this in highly classified. It was in highly classified, in areas that normally you wouldn't get to. But I guess when you put it in there, it's a file, right? And they got to it. And it's unbelievable. When you read it, it's unbelievable. A real hoax, it's a real hoax. If they would devote their time to winning elections or if they devote their time to greatness, making America great again, it would be because there's a certain genius to it, but it's also sick.
Yes.
I mean, they're sick. And you look at Hillary Clinton, you look at all of the terrible things with the Steele dossier, and you know it better. Nobody's covered it better than you, to be honest with you. I mean, you're sitting here so innocently talking to me like, I said, it's wonderful. You know the story better than I do. But it's incredible. It's all there now. It's in writing. And Tulsi's done a great job. There were some people that really wanted Tulsi. They thought she was going to do a fantastic job. And when you look, a lot of people would not have found it. They wouldn't have found it to be politically correct to find it. Okay. It would be easier not to.
And she's tough.
And she's tough and she's smart. And she did. She went deep into the files and she found it. And what it says is just terrible. And look, this was an attempted coup. It was a failed coup. I mean, here we are, him talking as president of the United States. So you almost say, how did it happen?
You don't have to like Trump to admit what happened. There were investigations, surveillance, leaks. Much of it turned out to be built on shaky ground. Whether you support him or not, the point is this. No American citizen, let alone a president, should be targeted by government agencies for political reasons. If they can do it to him, they can do it to anyone. And now that the documents are declassified, people are starting to see it for what it was. At least when the Democrats had it. More of a narrative and not an investigation. And what makes it worse, even the outlets built to expose corruption couldn't find anything on Trump. But there was plenty on the other side.
I got to ask you about the U.S. election. As you point out, you're not an American citizen. You're an Australian. You're clearly not rooting for Hillary. But are you rooting for Trump?
No. I mean, if we have good information on Trump, we publish that. If we have good information on Hillary, the Democrats, we publish that. It is a bit concerning, the allegations that by the Clinton campaign that everyone is a Russian agent are really disturbing. Why is that? Well, because bizarrely, Hillary Clinton, the Democrat, has positioned herself now to be the security candidate. She's powered up with the neocons responsible for the Iraq War, and she's grabbed on to this kind of neo-McCarthyist hysteria about Russia and is using that to demonize the Trump campaign. The Trump campaign has all sorts of things wrong with it, but as far as we can see, being Russian agents is not one of them. Some people have asked us, when will you release information on Donald Trump? And of course, we are very interested in all countries to reveal the truth about different candidates so people can understand. But it's really hard for us to release anything worse than what comes out of Donald Trump's mouth every second day. I mean, it's part of his charismatic.
Yeah. And we'll be right back.
It does look like you're only doing this to distract everyone when we know not one, but two presidents were involved. And those young ladies shaking when they were testing for them because they didn't know if they could trust us. Some of them literally said, we had no idea what we were walking into. But they were connected to the rich. They were connected to the presidents. You heard them say that over and over again. But one of the things they continue to say is follow the money. Because, Mr. Chair, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, J.P. Morgan, all these people, they will not be the last folks that allowed a sex trafficker to harm young women, children. And so we have to set a very good precedent that we will not sit back and say, well, Maxwell's going to plead the fifth. Bondi's going to plead the fifth. I don't care. You're a public servant. Come before this committee. Maxwell, you were directly involved. How many times did the survivors mention her? How many times? Saying that she lured them in. She was primarily involved. And Mr. Chair, you and I had conversations. And you said, give us names. They gave us names. And you know it. So why y'all focused only on them? And let me tell you, you know where I stand. I will hold anybody in contempt that will not give us information. I don't care how many lawyers they bounce up on us. But I'll tell you, Mr. Chair, shame on us for not forcing Bondi before this committee. Shame on us for not forcing Maxwell before this committee. Shame on us for not forcing J.P. Morgan Chase to answer questions that many of us have of $1.5 billion in suspicious activity. Because somebody had to fund this madness, this horrific actions by these men. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Ms. Tlaib, if I may respond to some of that before I recognize Ms. Boebert's next. Okay. I believe with all my heart you are as sincere as anyone on this committee about wanting to get answers about the truth. And I believe your heart is pure. Maxwell is coming in front of this committee. And
but
we've
when?
tried.
No, let us decide that today. When? Like
well,
when?
It's nailed down. February the 9th. She's coming,
9th.
and you'll be able to ask her questions. That's one of the things Clinton wanted was only me and Garcia. Maxwell's coming. Anyone who wants to ask her questions on this committee will be able to. So that's.
No, I think the American people want answers from President Clinton.
I'm not trying to argue with you, Mr. Lee. I just want to respond to. Pam Bondi is coming before Congress in 2 weeks. I am confident she is going to be grilled by both parties on the discharge petition. If you didn't want, I don't want to, and Ms. Randall, you mentioned something about the Judiciary Committee. Believe me, I don't want to work with the Judiciary Committee on any investigation, okay? But when we passed that discharge petition, that got them involved.
But we had an outstanding subpoena.
Just let me explain. Pam Bondi's going to be in front of the Judiciary Committee. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if there's been a document dumped.
Mr. Chair, we can't
after that.
forget the banking
and then the
institutions
last thing, this is the most important thing. Months ago, I approached Ms. Tlaib, Ms. Lee, and Ms. Stansbury, and I said, please, if you all get a chance, and I know you all are all sincere, try to get some names from these women, and we will continue to try to get documents.
Mr. Chair, just
if I didn't
Mr.
want
Chair,
to know
let's
that,
follow
if we
the
didn't
money.
want to,
Let's
Ms.
bring
Tlaib,
these bank
Ms. Tlaib, you're out of
executives.
order. We want to hold everyone accountable. We don't care. We don't care if they're billionaires. We don't care if they're Republicans. We don't care who they are.
Do you agree to work with me, though? We got to get the bank executives here. Because, Mr. Chair, you and I know that this is still being funded in some other way. Epstein's dead. But we know there's another person out there doing the same thing. We know it because the banks cover it up. These suspicious activity forms were literally these reports that had to be filed. They were there for a reason. So we can stop.
And last thing, and then I'm going to open it, I think, to see if there's any other members. But we are going in looking at suspicious activity reports. Both Republicans and Democrat staffs going in looking at suspicious activity reports as we speak. I'm all about looking at suspicious activity reports. Now, time's expired. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to share a quote with you. I thought it was interesting. No one is above the law, and no one should be escaping accountability. And Hillary Clinton said that. And according to the LA Times, there's another quote. No man in this country is so high that he's above the law. I agree with both of these quotes. Al Gore said that when he was a member of this chamber, Bill Clinton's own vice president. I hope every member of this committee agrees with those quotes. So we have to ask ourselves, are we a rule of law nation or are we not? When a citizen of these United States is subpoenaed by this Congress, they should comply, plain and simple, regardless of who they are. We all get accused of things, and we should do everything we can to, because accusation is nothing but that, to prove it false if it's untrue. Jeffrey Epstein was a rapist, pedophile, sex trafficker. In street parlance, he was a scumbag, lowlife, and slimeball. And some of the things that I've read in these files, he was evil incarnate. He's also dead. I didn't even know who he was until he wasn't. So why are we here talking about a dead guy? Because he was associated with powerful people, some of which are highly likely to have participated with him in some of the worst kind of criminal activity. And if they did, they should pay. They should face justice. Whether they're rich or poor, famous or anonymous, mighty or meek. So is that what we're doing today? Are we pursuing justice and transparency? Because transparency makes an easier and shorter path to the truth. We should be pursuing the truth. But some on this committee and in this Congress are pursuing fame and campaign fortune and exploiting this issue, not in the pursuit of justice, but in the pursuit of raising hundreds of thousands of dollars using a false premise as a bad.
Feel that he speaks off the cuff.
Ooh, good music, boy. Caught me. Anywho, I'll read the caption that came along with this post just to provide more context. C3 posted, well. The Tom Julian Julian A tells the world he will absolutely publish any dirt on Trump, but there is no dirt on Trump. Just like Obama's spying operation on Trump found no dirt, so they had to create it. You know, that line matters. Julian isn't a fan of Trump. He's not here to protect him, but facts are facts. And they never received anything substantial. Meanwhile, Hillary Clinton and the DNC, different story. Ooh, y'all know we allergic to the BS. There you go. We just talking about some BS. Ooh, so ask yourself, excuse me, if nothing came through the front door, why did the Obama administration feel the need to go around the back with surveillance and unverified dossiers? And yet, when the media covers all this, they pretend none of it matters. Or worse, they mislead people about what the law actually says.
See what Whoopi Goldberg had to say about the current allegations against former President Barack Obama. You know, I'm getting about sick and tired of these old hens on The View, always leading with oppression and victimization and woe is me while sitting down in their $1 million homes. Girl, bye. But let's listen to what the old hen had to say.
A sitting president just accused a former president of treason. Now, do people realize how serious an allegation this is? And for me, didn't the Supreme Court, under the guidance of this president, say that presidents have immunity? So that would mean that nothing Obama did, because you didn't say no, that only you have immunity. You said presidents. So this means you have no right to try to take him to court because he did what he did as president. So how does that work? Is it only you who is clear, or are they all clear? In which case,
me and you will never part, my dear sister. Oh, y'all back? Oh, silly. That's not what the Supreme Court said. And your audience is so indoctrinated and in a trance, they'll clap at a fish that could swim. They just happen to be there amongst the stars, no matter how fallen the stars are. That part, catch it. What the Supreme Court said was this, Whoopi, and I am going to park to say it. So, Whoopi, let me help you out. Since facts seem to get lost in the view's echo chamber for some reason. The Supreme Court did not say a president could do whatever he wants, la 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 la, and walk away free. That's not what they said, Whoopi. What they did say is this, that a president is immune from prosecution when he is performing his official duties as a president of the United States of America. Not this private nonsense, like signing a bill, immune. Firing somebody in the executive branch, immune. Replacing an ambassador with another one for the United States, immune. Vetoing legislation he disagrees with, immune. Issuing pardons, even controversial ones, immune. Speaking with foreign leaders, negotiating treaties, immune. Invoking laws such as the Enemy's Alien Act, immune. No matter how zombie Jasmine Crockett thinks it is, still immune. What is this sitting president or past president not immune from, Whoopi? They're not immune from staging a coup. They're not immune from breaking laws to stay in power. They're not immune from shaking people down on the side. Not immune from using the liberal media to indoctrinate the people with lies. Knowing that it's lies and pushing it out into the cyber atmosphere anyway. Not immune from trying to prosecute people with lies. They're not immune from tampering with evidence. And they are definitely not immune from treason against the American people. Trying to overthrow, allegedly, a 2016 election, quote unquote lies that would have taken the power away from the people who duly elected a president. Now, did that happen? Was the power taken away? No. But if it was attempted and they have facts to prove it, like receipts and stuff, they're not immune from that. The American people have a right to see and hear the truth, for we have been lied to enough, especially by y'all on that View. We sick of y'all. Joy Reid is like Betty White from the Golden Girls. Rose Nyland. Oh, and St. Olaf, Minnesota. And Nellie from The Color Purple must still be teaching Celie how to read Whoopi Goldberg because you sure missed the immunity thing by the Supreme Court, honey. Over your head. Then got the audacity to talk about it. Indoctrinating the people that's listening. And the audience already gone. Whatever you say, whatever you like. That part. And Sonny always preaching oppression and victimization, and her family owned slaves. Yeah. With her entitled behind. Y'all didn't know that? Oh, yeah. When the slave trade and all that stuff, when slavery got outlawed in Spain, Sonny family moved from Spain because they wanted to keep their slaves. She cried on national TV about it. Girl, bye. That's what it means, Whoopi. Glad to be of service to you. Somebody please cancel the View. Please cancel the View. I'm sick of View.
Now, the View isn't just bad commentary. It's dangerous. The court ruled on official acts, not private crimes or acts of treason. No. But that didn't stop Whoopi and The View from turning the ruling into a blanket pardon for their favorite president, rather. And what's worse, the audience claps no matter what. No one questions the narrative, even when it's flat out wrong. The media is supposed to clarify, not confuse. And now the guy who stood beside Obama for years, his so-called wingman, just said something that changes everything.
Into the workings of his mind. That's a place I simply don't want to be. But I think we should put a pin in that. And let's see, okay, when we finally get to what they will call the resolution of this matter, has the matter been resolved in a way that's consistent with what he is saying, which sounds kind of like a neutral way in which they are looking at these matters. And we'll see if in fact they did that. We'll see what the results are. This notion in that statement that we're not politicizing things, it runs headlong into these bothersome things called the facts. And this administration has used the Justice Department, has used the investigatory power of the Justice Department to target political opponents of the president. I mean, you've seen Donald Trump talk about a whole range of things, most ridiculous, to talk about the possibility of indicting, prosecuting for treason Barack Obama. I mean, these are dangerous kinds of things that this president is talking about. And I'm really concerned that this Justice Department, under Bondi, under Patel, will do things that are inconsistent with the traditions of the department and put at risk the lives and well-being of many people in this country who are, for whatever reason, politically opposed to or take political positions that are inconsistent with the desires of this president.
Okay, I'll read the first comment. Is this the dude that got the Border Patrol agent killed running guns to the cartel? Western Lensman said that's the guy. Just learned that right now. Gonna let that settle for a second. Eric Holder, a man who served under Obama, is now warning that the DOJ is being politicized. Which is ironic, right? Considering the accusations during his own time in office. IRS targeting conservatives, Fast and Furious, the surveillance of reporters and campaign associates. He didn't seem to be too concerned back then, but now that the rules may apply the other way, suddenly it's a problem. Maybe it's always been a problem. We just weren't allowed to talk about it. The law does not care who you voted for. Or at least it shouldn't. If you're going to talk about accountability, it has to be for everyone. Obama's defenders say he has immunity. They never say he's innocent. And that's the part that I see nobody wants to answer for. If y'all want more breakdowns like this, make sure y'all follow me on these platforms up here. That's what we get to say what we can't say everywhere else. But besides that, I want to say welcome to Team Think. And if you're not a part of the 4 Times Club, watching, liking, commenting, and sharing all 4 uploads. If you are a part of that, I just want to say you're the reason why this platform's turning into a movement. So, I really appreciate y'all. Y'all be safe. Go check on somebody today. Oh, you know what? I got to give me some shout outs. Solo. I'm tripping. Look at me. We're going to shout out Renee5471. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. Shout out to Wrong Way 100. I appreciate your support. Let me see. Tim's Hollow 5360.
Really close to Jay-Z at a certain point as well. With that being said, 50 Cent, though, reacted to it, and this is what he had to say on Instagram. He posted 2 photos of Jay-Z, and in the caption says, "Damn, they got your man Jay in the Epstein files. I gotta do a doc on this."
It's all a part of this Epstein file. Uncle Luke had Jay-Z on the couch, and he had the girls off there freaking off while he was watching and everything. Jay couldn't take his eye off the girls.
What do you think about that?
Epstein was a CIA Mossad asset that was recruited and was doing a blackmail operation.
Do you think if she could have the choice between getting what did she get, $50 billion, or not getting the syphilis?
Posted the article on his page and wrote the caption, "I know I'm late on this, but this is kind of crazy. What do you do to get thrown into that mix?" Then he posted a picture of Jay-Z and wrote the caption, "Damn, they got my man Jay in the Epstein files. I gotta do a doc on this."
Latest tranche of Epstein files from the Department of Justice contains around 3 million documents, thousands of still photographs, and hundreds of hours of video.
With regard to Epstein and some of the celebrity or well-known powerful people who are involved here.
Of course there is. Absolutely. I'm probably more afraid of the people we don't know about.
Yeah. The people you don't know about, the people who know that they may be on any kind of list that is.
People who are purposely trying to get that list to stay away or not be on that list. That's who.
I had 3 victims that I've been working with, victims of the Carters, that were ready to come forward. This might help them feel a little more confident now.
Jaguar Wright, of course, has been speaking louder than ever about this.
So nervous. I was shaking literally. But the moment I walked into the office, the atmosphere was so warm and welcoming.
You had to sing a cappella for him?
Yes, I had to sing. I sang Pun Replay. I sang another ballad from the album last time.
So then what did he say to you? He said something to you.
Oh yes, he said, "We don't sing songs here, we sing artists." And there was this little pause, and I was nervous. But then he said, "I'm very interested." And there was this sudden feel of relief.
But then he said something about a window and a door or something.
Oh, then he said, he said it one more.
I did a lot of homework on you, this lady.
He said, there are 2 ways to leave here, either through the door with the deal signed or through this window, and we're in the 20
She was a kid at that time, correct?
15-year-old girl who had been flown to the United States without parental supervision or a chaperone, brought to a grown man's office in a large corporate Manhattan building. Everybody knew when she flew in. I was there the day she got signed. Everyone was talking about it. And the 6 hours that she spent with him and the 4 hours that she spent alone with him with no parental supervision. Her father didn't show up to the next day to come and collect the check.
Well, and
this is her life.
The rumors were even beyond that, right? That Jay-Z was cheating on Beyonce with her when she was 17 is what a lot of this came out through a publicist who later then
had
to
you spoken
apologize.
to my friend Jonathan Hay? You should talk to Jonathan.
Please.
Because Jonathan was there. He was right there working with Rihanna. And it was right when they started crafting her to be seen as a brand and commodity only and not a person. And when I talk to Jonathan now, just to hear him when he thinks of his teenage daughters, he was like, Rihanna was the same age my girls are now. I couldn't imagine putting my daughters through what we put her through. And then the next thing you know, she was removed from that first team from Pon the Replay and replaced with all new handlers and kept sheltered in Los Angeles, where she was going out to parties and partying at 15, 16, 17 years old, hanging out at the Rainbow Room, hanging out. Yeah, like it was one of my friends who found out she was 17 when everyone thought she was 21. And he was like, yo, why do y'all got me carrying this girl around and she's 15, 16, 17 years old. She was running all around Philadelphia because Jay-Z promised her that they could be, normal when she wasn't with Corrupt. Corrupt was her fake boyfriend, which is why when they tried to use her to say that she was actually in the car and there with Keepy D and all of that, I'm like, that girl wasn't even there. These women are pawns. Inga Marshawn at 14 years old, 14 and a half, going on 15 years old, singing highly explicit and sexually charged, lyrics, all written by Sean Carter. What kind of 27-year-old grown man turns a 14, 15-year-old girl virtually into a prostitute and gave her the nickname the Il Nana? No kidding.
My son died because he was my son.
He died because of your.
He was targeted because he's my son.
He
was working on his EP. I bought Dalladelphia for him so he didn't have to sign to a company because I knew what it was going to do. He interned at Rock Nation. And they approached him to sacrifice me. I saw his death when he was 19. I moved us here to stop it, to prevent it, to avoid it. They take them anyway to show you what the harm is. Right. Giovanni, his death is why I do what I do.
I told y'all a lot of stories. I told y'all about Jay-Z, how he was, and it ain't no allege. It ain't no allege. These little girls was from our block. These little girls was from our block. Miss Pleasant ran with them. They all ran together and came to parties and shit like that. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm going to let Miss Pleasant, I'm going to try to talk her into telling that story. So y'all bear with me when she come back. She going to see this, but I'm letting y'all know. And don't none of you moderators sit up there and text her and try to forewarn her. I'm going to try to tell her and talk about the situation because it's all a part of this Epstein file. Look at that situation where Uncle Luke had Jay-Z on the couch and he had the girls off there freaking off while he was watching and everything. Jay couldn't take his eye off the girls. Now, I know at that time,
right,
when he was messing with old girl,
right,
he had to be
no name.
30 years old.
Oh no. Well, he was in his late 20s, almost 30.
No, he was 30. That nigga was 30. I know that nigga was 30 years old or better. Because I didn't know he was that old.
He used to pull up on the block and pick us up. Like, this is the thing. Like, they were messing with each other. Like, they were locked in for 2 whole years. And
well, Jay was locked in with a lot of people because I ain't gonna say that he was trying to get with Sugar.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I could see that. Pretty girl. Yeah.
He was trying to get with Sugar.
I could see that.
And back in the day, I ain't gonna speak on it, but
but what?
But nothing, because you ain't gonna speak on your friend. Don't speak on my shit.
Okay.
And I ain't gonna tell it.
Because I know that you know that I know that I know that you know that I know what you
don't play yourself, all right? All right. So now, what I'm trying to get y'all to see and what I'm trying to get y'all to say, I didn't lie when I told y'all this was messing with young girls.
Yeah, he was.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
I did not lie.
I know this for a fact.
This wasn't no capping the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
You understand? So now when these files come out and they start speaking about these cats and they sexapades and dealing with these young girls.
Start dating Beyonce at 17, 18, he was 30 something. You didn't know his age. When I look back and see how old Jay-Z was, I think Jay-Z was born in like 69 or 67. Something like that, 67 right there, 69. I think he was born in 69. Beyonce, they said she was born in 81. You understand? But back then, in 81, when we was in the club together, 98, 99, she wasn't even supposed to be in the club, but she was in the club. It was Club Eugene's. And Jay was dating her. And at that time, if you look at Jay's age, he was about 30 years old. So Isn't she still somewhat a child? To me, she is. But I guess they protect child. That's how you protect a child. You know, dating her at the age of 30-some years old and she's 17, 18 years old. If that's her true age. We really don't know her true age because Gabrielle Union said she went to junior high school with her, and Gabrielle Union is considered 6-7 years older than Beyonce age that she getting. So we really don't know. You know what I'm saying? But to get back to your letter, I believe that the lawyer was doing what he did, and he threw shade at Puff in the interim of that by saying that all celebrities, you may think all celebrities are alike, you know what I'm saying? He know he's under this situation with Puff. But you got to look at this right here. They sent him a letter. Busby sent him a letter for two reasons, I believe. To open up the floodgate, just like that 1-800 bad boy number did, and people start calling in saying what Puff did to them.
So, you know how he is. It's like, yo, I ain't nothing to do with that.
Damn.
What I would love is for someone to ask him, like, yo, why would you still do a project with that man knowing that he was f***ing Aaliyah? That should be the question. Period. It shouldn't be for me. It should be the question posed to him. You know, I don't give a fuck about nothing else. But that right there was bridge burnt. But I just was like respecting her, respecting the business. But I was I moved out of Rock. Like if y'all look at, I left Rockefeller. It wasn't that I got kicked out of Rockefeller. I left Rockefeller. You understand what I'm saying? The option was there for me to stay. I did not want no parts of it. I was done. I left Rockware. Think about it, bro. I said, f all the money, f all this shit. I'm out. Now think about, a lot of men would not have made that choice. But any real man would have to make that choice. I was left no choice. He gave me an offer I could not refuse. Like, we done. You know what I'm saying? You gonna f with this man, you knew he raped my girl, you was in love with her. How could you do that? It's obviously you want me to feel away. Like it wasn't enough money for us to do that. So I was done. I thought I was cool about it. Like I was like, I ain't even gonna say nothing. I'm just be out. And then I thought I was cool about it. I really did.
So this is after Jay tried to talk to Aaliyah, but she chose you over him.
You know the timeline, bro. He did the project when she died, which was even more disrespectful to me. And I'm not getting.
It said that Bill Gates wanted to get from him antibiotics to give to Melinda because he got syphilis or he got something.
Damn.
The clap, chlamydia, whatever he got. He got some sort of an STD from a prostitute.
Do you think if she could have the choice between getting what did she get, $50 billion or not getting the syphilis?
Whatever she got. I bet it wasn't syphilis. It was probably the clap. It was probably chlamydia or something like that.
That's no big deal.
But if who knows if that's true, though? Here's the thing. Like, Epstein clearly was some sort of a blackmailer. And this is an email that Epstein wrote. So it could be complete fiction. Epstein could have wrote that just to put pressure on Bill Gates for some fucking business deal. Like, who fucking knows? He could have spread rumors and then said that he'll squash those rumors. But these guys are dealing in deception and blackmail. And so you can't, like, assume that it's true.
Think about how many relationships Epstein had and that he was working almost every one of them, leveraging.
This email here, okay? I just texted it to you. Look at this email here. Zoom in a little bit, Rob, if you could. Thank you. Hey, sent from phone. Unfortunately not. Okay. Unfortunately not. You should make clear that I don't work for Mossad.
Smiley face.
You see it? Yeah. You or I. No, that I don't.
Yes.
Smiley face. So, look, the claims that he was never part of Mossad or didn't work with them or collaborate with them, if you don't believe he did at this point of the game, you may work for Mossad. You know what I'm saying? That you may be them. By the way,
I don't believe that. No, I'm just
yeah. So no, but the point I'm making to you is, guess what Mossad's job is? To gather assets.
Of course.
And guess what CIA's job is?
Same thing.
Guess what MI6's job is?
thing.
Everyone, guess what KGB's job is? Every one of these guys that want to go out there, they want to get intel. So this guy was very useful to Mossad.
What do you think about Jeffrey
Epstein was a CIA Mossad asset that was recruited and was doing a blackmail operation. I think that's crystal clear. No question about it. So
Pretends to be the party guy, just like Diddy.
drugs,
Cameras, drugs.
the CIA, as part of MKO, had Operation Climax, where they would lure Johns in with drugs and prostitutes. And then this drunk CIA schmuck would sit on the opposite of a two-way mirror and take notes on what, just evil, wicked stuff. And that's what they're using Epstein for, was blackmail operations. And they got some pretty high-level people snared into that. And they haven't released the entire list of close Epstein confidants. But, Israel's former prime minister was one of them.
Barak?
Yes, they got a picture of him visiting Epstein at his New York apartment. And he was well connected to Epstein, but that was all in secret. And that is the intelligence part of Mossad. And of course, they couldn't do that without coordinating with the CIA.
I ask this question now, the more I learn, there just always seems to be this connection between the CIA and the Mossad. And I'm going, is it just...
No,
they're the same organization. I think the more you look back into history, and it's always somehow the CIA and the Mossad is there on the day that JFK gets shot. We learn about like MLK. We learn about 9/11, and I'm just going, okay, why does it seem like there's a union here, a marriage here?
Mossad is like the sister of the CIA. They're joined at the hip, kind of like Siamese twins, and they use each other for intel and operations and things like that. They are extremely close and in an extremely sensitive relationship. Oh, yeah.
And it totally explains what Epstein was doing. And also Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, when he died, and didn't he die rather mysteriously? I'm not sure.
He fell off, he found dead off his yacht floating in the water. They claimed it was a heart attack.
Of course.
Just when he was coming under scrutiny for arms dealing and connections with the CIA and being a Mossad agent, actually a double agent with Mossad and KGB. All of a sudden he's found dead floating next to his yacht, and
happens all the time.
Oh yeah. It's just, just one of those things. See what
a ton of Mossad agents, and I think a former prime minister of Israel attended his funeral. So it's like, guys, hey, maybe.
It's like,
You've seen the headlines. You've watched the endless scroll. In the shadowy, sprawling universe of the Jeffrey Epstein client list, one name leapt out, triggering a seismic wave of speculation across the internet. Jay-Z, the billionaire mogul, the hip-hop icon, a figure synonymous with not just musical genius, but almost unimaginable success and cultural power. And there it was, nestled within the labyrinth of flight logs and contact sheets from Epstein's twisted world. For days, the digital echo chamber roared with implication, judgment, and 1,000 unanswered questions. Then, from a voice no one expected, came a perspective that shifted the entire conversation. 50 Cent, the master of calculated media moves, of understanding the undercurrents of fame and infamy, stepped into the fray. And what he revealed wasn't a confirmation of dark deeds, but a masterclass in how perception is weaponized, how names become pawns, and the complex, often misunderstood, mechanics of wealth, access, and reputation at the highest levels. This is not just a story about a name on a list. This is a story about the stories we tell, the ones we believe, and why someone like 50 Cent felt compelled to set the record straight. Buckle in. We're going deep. Let's rewind and set the scene. The release of documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein case was never going to be a quiet affair. This was the digital equivalent of a volcano erupting, spewing forth a pyroclastic flow of names, dates, and connections into the public domain. News outlets, independent journalists, and armchair detectives alike began the painstaking process of sifting through the ashes, looking for clues, for patterns, for guilt by association. And then the spark. Somewhere in that mountain of data, often presented out of context, often just a mention in a memo or a line in a flight manifest, the name Sean Carter, or a reference to Jay-Z, was identified. The algorithm did the rest. Within hours, Jay-Z Epstein was trending. Social media platforms fractured into camps. There were those who saw it as definitive proof of secret, sinister associations. Others urged caution, noting the difference between being named in a document and being accused of a crime. Memes were generated. Hot takes were fired like bullets. The court of public opinion was in session, and the verdict, for many, was already being written. The gravity of the Epstein case cannot be overstated. We're talking about allegations of a massive international sex trafficking ring, implicating some of the most powerful men on the planet. So when any name surfaces, the immediate, visceral reaction is one of profound suspicion. The connection, however tenuous it might initially seem, taints. It casts a long, dark shadow. For Jay-Z, a man who has meticulously built an empire spanning music, sports, fashion, and philanthropy. A man with a family and a legacy he is fiercely protective of. This was not just bad press. This was an existential threat to his reputation. The noise was deafening, and in that noise, clarity was the first casualty. Into this maelstrom stepped Curtis Jackson, 50 Cent. Now, on the surface, this might seem like an odd intervention. 50 Cent and Jay-Z have a history, one etched in the legendary rap battles of the early 2000s. There was competition, there were subliminals, there was real tension. They are not, by any public account, best friends. They are peers, and sometimes rivals, at the very pinnacle of the game. And that is precisely what makes 50 Cent's commentary so compelling. He is not a loyalist. He is not a publicist. He is an analyst of power, a student of the media, and a provocateur who understands the architecture of fame better than almost anyone. He didn't speak through a formal press release. He used his native tongue, social media. On Instagram, on Twitter, he began to post. But these weren't the typical, cryptic, antagonizing clips he's known for. These were pointed, almost clinical dissections of the situation. He didn't defend Jay-Z out of personal affection. He defended the logic of the situation. He appealed to a higher principle, the principle of common sense within the realm of extreme wealth and influence. 50 Cent's core argument was multifaceted. First, he addressed the nature of the documents themselves. He pointed out, as legal experts later echoed, that being mentioned is not the same as being implicated. A name in a contact list, a reference in an email about a potential meeting. These are not indictments. They are data points, often stripped of their original context. The public, in its hunger for answers and villains, was connecting dots that, in reality, might be miles apart on the page. But his second, and more powerful point, was about Jay-Z's position in the world. 50 Cent essentially said, look at the man's life. Look at his trajectory. Jay-Z, from Marcy Projects to a board seat at a multi-billion-dollar cannabis company, is a study in relentless, strategic ascent. He is married to Beyoncé, forming arguably the most powerful and private celebrity union in history. Their brand is global, pristine, and fiercely guarded. 50 Cent's implication was clear. What possible motive could Jay-Z have to risk all of that for an association with something as sordid and high-profile as Epstein's world? The risk-reward calculation, from the perspective of a billionaire strategist, makes zero sense. It would be, in 50's worldview, an astronomically stupid business move. And Jay-Z is not a stupid businessman. This is where 50 Cent's analysis transcends gossip and enters the realm of social commentary. He was pulling back the curtain on how the ecosystem of the ultra-rich and ultra-famous actually operates. He hinted at a system where names are currency, and access is the ultimate commodity. Think about it. Jeffrey Epstein, for all his monstrous crimes, was a master of one thing, manufacturing an aura of connection. His entire persona was built on the illusion that he was a gateway to money, to scientists, to politicians, to other celebrities. For many in his orbit, the attraction wasn't necessarily to him, but to the perceived network he offered. It was about being in the room where it happens. This is a seductive lure, even for the already powerful, because in that rarefied air, there's always a bigger deal, a more powerful connection, a new frontier of influence. 50 Cent understands this marketplace intimately. He knows that for a certain class of individual, a Rolodex, or a modern digital equivalent, is more valuable than gold. By mentioning Jay-Z's name, or having it in his files, Epstein could, to other clients or contacts, imply a proximity and a level of access that may not have even existed. The name itself becomes a tool, a piece of bait. Oh, you're interested in investing in tech? I was just speaking to Sean about something similar. It's a classic trick of the social climber, using one famous association to legitimize others. Furthermore, 50 Cent highlighted the sheer volume of people who move through these high-level circles. Charity galas, investment summits, exclusive parties in the Hamptons or on private islands. The worlds of finance, tech, entertainment, and politics constantly collide. It is entirely plausible, even likely, that over 2 decades, paths could cross in a room without any meaningful relationship forming. A photograph, a handshake, a name added to a mailing list. These innocuous moments can, years later, be exhumed and made to look like evidence of a deep, conspiratorial bond. 50 Cent was urging people to consider the banality of certain connections before jumping to conclusions of criminality. One of the most deafening aspects of this entire episode was the silence from Team Carter. Jay-Z and Beyoncé said nothing. Their representatives offered no frantic denials, no lengthy statements. This, in the age of instant reactive PR, was itself a statement, and 50 Cent, in his own way, was explaining why that silence was not an admission of guilt, but a display of power. The Cardinals' empire is built on a principle of inaccessibility. They do not explain. They do not justify. They do not engage with every rumor. They create, they release, and they let their work, and their immense cultural capital, speak for them. To have rushed out a statement the moment the internet caught fire would have been to play the game on the tabloids' terms. It would have legitimized the frenzy. Their silence was a wall. It communicated that the noise was beneath them. 50 Cent, as someone who is both engaged in public feuds and strategically withdrawn from them, understands this calculus. He knows that sometimes the most powerful move is to make no move at all. By not feeding the beast, you starve it. The Epstein document story, like all internet firestorms, has a life cycle. It peaks, it rages, and then, without new fuel, it begins to subside, replaced by the next outrage. Jay-Z's team likely calculated that engaging would only prolong the story, giving it oxygen and new headlines. Their silence forced the narrative to rely on speculation alone. Let's talk about what was happening. There were these papers released that had to do with the really bad man named Jeffrey Epstein. He was a billionaire who did horrible things to young women and was connected to a lot of powerful people. When the court released lists of names from his papers, the internet went crazy. People were looking through them like detectives, trying to see which famous people were mentioned. One of the names that showed up was the rapper Jay-Z. Now Jay-Z is one of the biggest music stars in the world, married to Beyoncé, and a very successful businessman. Just seeing his name in those papers made a lot of people online immediately suspicious. They started posting things like, Jay-Z is on the Epstein list, without really knowing why his name was there or what it meant. This is where another rapper, 50 Cent, comes into the story. 50 Cent and Jay-Z have a history. They aren't best friends, but they aren't really enemies either. They've had what people in hip-hop call beef in the past. Beef means they've had disagreements, sometimes through their music or interviews. Back in the early 2000s, 50 Cent was rising to fame, and Jay-Z was already the king of rap. 50 Cent was friends with a rapper named Ja Rule, who was in a big feud with 50 Cent, since Jay-Z was friends with Ja Rule too. 50 Cent sometimes took shots at Jay-Z in his songs. It was like a big, complicated argument between different rap camps. But that was a long time ago. Over the years, both 50 Cent and Jay-Z became huge business moguls. They became more like businessmen than just rappers. The old rap beef wasn't really a big deal anymore. So, when people saw Jay-Z's name in the Epstein papers, 50 Cent did something surprising. Instead of making fun of Jay-Z or adding to the gossip, he actually defended him. He went on social media and basically said, "Hold on, everyone. Let's think about this." 50 Cent pointed out that just because a name is in a document doesn't mean the person did anything wrong. He used simple logic. He said Jeffrey Epstein was a guy who wanted to seem important. He would name-drop famous people all the time to make himself look powerful and connected. Maybe Epstein had his assistant try to set up a meeting with Jay-Z, and Jay-Z's team said no. Maybe someone mentioned Jay-Z's name in an email about a party that never even happened. 50 Cent said it could be something totally normal and boring, not proof of anything bad. He was acting like a logical friend. Imagine if someone at school started a rumor about you just because your name was on a sign-up sheet for a club you never joined. You'd want someone to say, "Hey, That doesn't prove anything. That's what 50 Cent did. He became Jay-Z's unofficial defender. Why is that a big deal? Because Jay-Z himself couldn't really respond. If you're super famous like Jay-Z, you can't reply to every single rumor online. If he made a big statement saying, "I didn't do anything," it might make people think, why is he so defensive? Maybe he's guilty. So sometimes it's better to stay quiet. 50 Cent, from the outside, could say all the things Jay-Z's team was probably thinking. He could explain the situation without Jay-Z having to get involved. It was like a strategic move, one very smart person helping another, even though they weren't super close. This whole situation shows us a bigger problem with the internet and social media today. We live in a time where people are tried and judged by the public online before any real facts come out. It's called trial by Twitter, or the court of public opinion. Someone makes an accusation, it goes viral, and suddenly everyone decides the person is guilty. This is really dangerous. Real people get hurt, their reputations are ruined, and the actual truth gets buried under all the likes, shares, and angry comments. The Epstein case is a real tragedy with real victims who suffered terribly. Finding justice for them is the most important thing. But when we get distracted by every famous name we see, we turn a serious search for justice into a gossip game. We start to believe that every accusation must be true, and that every powerful person must be hiding a dark secret. While it's good to question powerful people, assuming they are all guilty of the worst things isn't fair or helpful. It stops us from having real conversations. 50 Cent, maybe without even planning to, became a voice for common sense in the middle of all this online chaos. He wasn't telling people to ignore the Epstein documents. He was telling them to read carefully, to ask questions like, what does this page actually say? Does it say Jay-Z was on a plane? Does it say he visited the island? Or does it just have his name in an email about scheduling a meeting? He wanted people to separate the hard facts from the guesses and assumptions. This also shows how weird our relationship with celebrities can be. We love to build them up. We buy their music, watch their movies, and follow their lives. But then, sometimes, we seem to wait for them to fail. There's almost a hunger for the news that a perfect celebrity has done something terrible. It makes some people feel like their own cynicism is right, that everyone is corrupt. The Epstein list became the perfect fuel for that feeling. It made people think, see, all these billionaires and stars are evil. But that's not necessarily true. Throwing everyone under the bus doesn't help us find the real criminals. So, after all that, why was Jay-Z's name in the documents? Looking at it with 50 Cent's common sense approach, the answer is probably pretty boring. It could be a note from Epstein's assistant saying, I tried to get Jay-Z for the party, but he's not available. Someone else mentioning, Epstein says he knows Jay-Z. To make Epstein sound cool, Jay-Z might have been at a huge, star-filled charity event years ago where Epstein was also there, and they never even spoke. In a mountain of papers about horrible crimes, Jay-Z's name is likely just a tiny footnote, a small, unimportant detail, not a central part of the story. 50 Cent explained this not because he's Jay-Z's best friend or publicist, but because he understands how the world works now. He knows that in today's world, your reputation can be destroyed by a viral rumor in minutes. Defending it isn't just about telling the truth. It's about fighting against false impressions and lies that spread faster than facts. He stepped in to fix a story that, to him, didn't make any logical sense for someone as smart and careful as Jay-Z. What should we learn from all this? We need to be smarter when we read about scandals online. We need to slow down. We need to ask for more information and not just believe the first exciting headline we see. We have to fight the urge to jump to a conclusion just because it feels exciting to be part of a mob. The real, important story of the Epstein papers is about the victims who were hurt and the systems that allowed a bad man to operate for so long. If we only focus on guessing which celebrity is involved, we miss the bigger, more important picture. It's like being in a giant forest and only staring at one tree because it has a famous name carved into it. In the end, 50 Cent, who used to be known for rap beefs and reality TV, became an unexpected teacher. He gave us a lesson in how to think clearly, how power works, and how to use logic. He didn't say anyone was innocent or guilty. He just asked everyone to take a deep breath and think before they share a post. In a world where social media algorithms reward outrage and quick reactions, that simple act, just pausing to think, might be the most powerful and revolutionary thing any of us can do. And that's the whole story. Pretty wild, right? From old rap beef to a huge internet scandal. It all connects in ways you might not expect. So what did you think? Was 50 Cent right to step in? Do you think people online are too quick to judge? I want to hear your take on this. Drop a comment down below and tell me what you think. Let's get a real discussion going. If you learned something new from this deep dive, or if it made you see the whole Epstein list thing in a different way, then do me a huge favor. Hit that like button. It really helps me know what kind of stories you guys want to see more of. And of course, if you're not already part of the crew, make sure you subscribe and tap the notification bell. That way, you'll never miss one of these breakdowns. We take on all the big, complicated stories happening online and break them down so they actually make sense. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
Who was really close to Jay-Z at a certain point as well. With that being said, 50 Cent, though, reacted to it, and this is what he had to say on Instagram. He posted 2 photos of Jay-Z, and in the caption says, "Damn, they got your man Jay in the Epstein files. I gotta do a doc on this."
It's all a part of this Epstein file. Uncle Luke had Jay-Z on the couch, and he had the girls off there freaking off while he was watching and everything. Jay couldn't take his eye off the girls.
What do you think about Jeffrey
Epstein was a CIA Mossad asset that was recruited and was doing a blackmail operation.
Do you think if she could have the choice between getting what did she get, $50 billion, or not getting the syphilis?
Posted the article on his page and wrote the caption, "I know I'm late on this, but this is kind of crazy. What do you do to get thrown into that mix?" And he posted a picture of Jay-Z and wrote the caption, "Damn, they got my man Jay in the Epstein files. I gotta do a doc on this."
Latest tranche of Epstein files from the Department of Justice contains around 3 million documents, thousands of still photographs, and hundreds of hours of video.
With regard to Epstein and some of the celebrity or well-known powerful people who are involved here.
Of course there is. Absolutely. I'm probably more afraid of the people we don't know about.
Yeah. The people you don't know about, the people who know that they may be on any kind of list that is.
People who are purposely trying to get that list to stay away or not be on that list. That's who
I had 3 victims that I've been working with, victims of the Carters, that were ready to come forward. This might help them feel a little more confident now.
Jaguar Wright, of course, has been speaking louder than ever about this.
So nervous. I was shaking literally. But the moment I walked into the office, the atmosphere was so warm and welcoming. And you had to sing a cappella for him? Yes, I had to sing. I sang Fun to Replay. I sang another ballad from the album last time. So then what did he say to you? He said something to you. Oh yes, he said, "We don't sing songs here, we sing artists." And there was this little pause, and I was nervous. But then he said, "And we're interested." And there was this sudden feel of relief. But then he said something about a window and a door or something. Oh, then he said, he said it homework. I did a lot of homework on you, this lady. He said, there are 2 ways to leave here, either through the door with the deal signed or through this window. And we're in the 29.
She was a kid at that time, correct?
15-year-old girl who had been flown to the United States without parental supervision or a chaperone, brought to a grown man's office in a large corporate Manhattan building. Everybody knew when she flew in. I was there the day she got signed. Everyone was talking about it. And the 6 hours that she spent with him and the 4 hours that she spent alone with him with no parental supervision. Her father didn't show up till the next day to come and collect the check.
Well, and
this is her life.
The rumors were even beyond that, right? That Jay-Z was cheating on Beyonce with her when she was 17 is what a lot of this came out through a publicist who later then
had
to
spoken
apologize.
To my friend Jonathan Hay? You should talk to Jonathan.
Please.
Because Jonathan was there. He was right there working with Rihanna. And it was right when they started crafting her to be seen as a brand and commodity only and not a person. And when I talk to Jonathan now, just to hear him when he thinks of his teenage daughters, he was like, Rihanna was the same age my girls are now. I couldn't imagine putting my daughters through what we put her through. And then the next thing you know, she was removed from that first team from Palm the Replay and replaced with all new handlers and kept sheltered in Los Angeles, where she was going out to parties and partying at 15, 16, 17 years old, hanging out at the Rainbow Room, hanging out. Yeah, like it was one of my friends who found out she was 17 when everyone thought she was 21. And he was like, yo, why do y'all got me carrying this girl around and she's 15, 16, 17 years old? She was running all around Philadelphia because Jay-Z promised her that they could be, normal when she wasn't with Corrupt. Corrupt was a fake boyfriend, which is why when they tried to use her to say that she was actually in the car and there with Keepy D and all of that, I'm like, that girl wasn't even there. These women are pawns. Inga Marchand at 14 years old, 14 and a half, going on 15 years old, singing highly explicit and sexually charged, lyrics all written by Sean Carter. What kind of 27-year-old grown man turns a 14, 15-year-old girl virtually into a prostitute and gave her the nickname the Il Nana? No kidding.
Son died because he was my son.
He died because of
He was targeted because he's my son.
He
was working on his EP. I bought Philadelphia for him so he didn't have to sign to a company because I knew what it was going to do. He interned at Rock Nation. And they approached him to sacrifice me. I saw his death when he was 19. I moved us here to stop it, to prevent it, to avoid it. They take them anyway to show you what the harm is. Right. Giovanni, his death is why I do what I do.
I told y'all a lot of stories. I told y'all about Jay-Z, how he was, and it ain't no allege. It ain't no leg. These little girls was from our block. These little girls was from our block. Miss Pleasant ran with them. They all ran together and came to parties and shit like that. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm going to let Miss Pleasant, I'm going to try to talk her into telling that story. So y'all bear with me when she come back. She going to see this, but I'm letting y'all know. And don't none of you moderators sit up there and text her and try to forewarn her. I'm going to try to tell her and talk about the situation because it's all a part of this Epstein file. Look at that situation where Uncle Luke had Jay-Z on the couch and he had the girls off there freaking off while he was watching and everything. Jay couldn't take his eye off the girls. Now, I know at that time,
right,
when he was messing with old girl,
right,
he had to be 30 years old.
Oh no, well, he was in his late 20s, almost 30.
He was 30. That nigga was 30. I know that nigga was 30 years old or better. Because I didn't know he was that old.
He used to pull up on the block and pick us up. Like, this is the thing. Like, they were messing with each other. Like, they were locked in for 2 whole years. And...
Well, Jay was locked in with a lot of people because...
Yeah. We're going to play this one all the way out.
Page actually does it say Jay-Z was on a plane? Does it say he visited the island? Or does it just have his name and an email about scheduling a meeting? He wanted people to separate the hard facts from the guesses and assumptions. This also shows how weird our relationship with celebrities can be. We love to build them up. We buy their music, watch their movies, and follow their lives. But then, sometimes, we seem to wait for them to fail. There's almost a hunger for the news that a perfect celebrity has done something terrible. It makes some people feel like their own cynicism is right, that everyone is corrupt. The Epstein list became the perfect fuel for that feeling. It made people think, see, all these billionaires and stars are evil. But that's not necessarily true. Throwing everyone under the bus doesn't help us find the real criminals. So, after all that, why was Jay-Z's name in the documents? Looking at it with 50 Cent's common sense approach, the answer is probably pretty boring. It could be a note from Epstein's assistant saying, I tried to get Jay-Z for the party, but he's not available. Someone else mentioning, Epstein says he knows Jay-Z. To make Epstein sound cool, Jay-Z might have been at a huge, star-filled charity event years ago where Epstein was also there, and they never even spoke. In a mountain of papers about horrible crimes, Jay-Z's name is likely just a tiny footnote, a small, unimportant detail, not a central part of the story. 50 Cent explained this not because he's Jay-Z's best friend or publicist, but because he understands how the world works now. He knows that in today's world, your reputation can be destroyed by a viral rumor in minutes. Defending it isn't just about telling the truth. It's about fighting against false impressions and lies that spread faster than facts. He stepped in to fix a story that, to him, didn't make any logical sense for someone as smart and careful as Jay-Z. What should we learn from all this? We need to be smarter when we read about scandals online. We need to slow down. We need to ask for more information and not just believe the first exciting headline we see. We have to fight the urge to jump to a conclusion just because it feels exciting to be part of a mob. The real, important story of the Epstein papers is about the victims who were hurt and the systems that allowed a bad man to operate for so long. If we only focus on guessing which celebrity is involved, we miss the bigger, more important picture. It's like being in a giant forest and only staring at one tree because it has a famous name carved into it. In the end, 50 Cent, who used to be known for rap beefs and reality TV, became an unexpected teacher. He gave us a lesson in how to think clearly, how power works, and how to use logic. He didn't say anyone was innocent or guilty. He just asked everyone to take a deep breath and think before they share a post. In a world where social media algorithms reward outrage and quick reactions, that simple act, just pausing to think, might be the most powerful and revolutionary thing any of us can do. And that's the whole story. Pretty wild, right? From old rap beef to a huge internet scandal. It all connects in ways you might not expect. So what did you think? Was 50 Cent right to step in? Do you think people online are too quick to judge? I want to hear your take on this. Drop a comment down below and tell me what you think. Let's get a real discussion going. If you learned something new from this deep dive, or if it made you see the whole Epstein list thing in a different way, then do me a huge favor. Hit that like button. It really helps me know what kind of stories you guys want to see more of. And of course, if you're not already part of the crew, make sure you subscribe and tap the notification bell. That way, you'll never miss one of these breakdowns. We take on all the big, complicated stories happening online and break them down so they actually make sense. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
And buckle up, a Fox News alert. President Trump praising his team after the arrest of a top leader of MS-13.
All right, yeah, look at this. Man, is this live?
It was yesterday.
Oh, okay. We have exclusive coverage of the operation. Our cameras were rolling as AG Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel joined agents in the early morning takedown.
And David Spunt is live in Virginia, Manassas, Virginia, with all the details. Hi, David.
You were there.
Good morning to you. I was very early morning. This happened around 6 o'clock in the morning in Woodbridge, Virginia. A 24-year-old top MS-13 leader, actually the top leader on the East Coast, was taken down into custody by the FBI. This was a DOJ FBI operation together, along with Virginia State Police, ICE, and other different agencies. We have some video of this operation going down. The FBI director and attorney general watched this on a monitor from off-site, but they were watching in real time in cameras that were planted in the area to see this person get taken down. As far as the name is concerned, we're not able to release the name right now until this person has their first appearance, but we're told this person is a 24-year-old male from El Salvador living here in a residential apartment complex in Woodbridge, Virginia. Got a knock on the door from SWAT teams early this morning, a little bit before 6 o'clock in the morning. He is now in custody. Here's some sound from our exclusive interview with the FBI director and attorney general.
First reaction is all of our law enforcement officers are safe. That was the number one thing. They're safe. They executed a clean, safe operation, and the bad guys in custody. And thanks to the FBI, we got one of the worst of MS-13 off the streets this morning.
We were able to be out here in force to show the American people, to be here in person, that this means a lot to her and the mission. Safety is our primary concern of these communities, and we effectuated that today.
Separately, he's one of the top 3 leaders in the country. Again, remarkable as he's just 24 years old. There's a press conference that begins with the FBI Director Kash Patel, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin coming up in just a few moments. We're told there's a heavy coordination between Virginia and the FBI and Department of Justice on this. Guys, back to you.
So Dave, real quick, David. So typically when they do those raids, they have the principal target, and then there's other people that are along with the person. Was he the only person arrested, or were there other co-conspirators there at the time that they grabbed up as well?
Well, this was a residential neighborhood, Lawrence, and we're told there were other people in the house. We're told that there were children. There were other people in the house. They were just detained periodically for the time temporarily. He was the only target they were going after, and they have him in custody now.
David, how unique is it for the DOJ and the FBI director to be on location for something like this?
It is unique. It's something we haven't seen often. Typically, these go down all the time. People in uniform do these every single day. Right. The FBI director and attorney general said they wanted to get out there, be out there in person to see this and make sure they can thank these people in person and see what these operations are like in person, guys.
Can you tell me about him, David? What do we know about him? Leader, 24 years old, MS-13. Is there anything else you could tell us?
Well, right now we just know that he's the top leader on the East Coast of the United States. We know that he was not so much of a person that was dealing drugs or those kinds of things himself. We know more that he was kind of a ringleader, an operations leader, someone that was recruited by MS-13 several years ago. We're waiting for the actual criminal complaint, hopefully going to find out some of those details here. But even some of the agents that were on the scene were remarking just his age, the fact that he is 24 years old and he's considered the top MS-13 person on the entire East Coast of the United States.
Unbelievable. And David, so you were there at like a staging area, a safe distance away from the apartment complex where this guy was, because apparently, it wasn't a bunch of guys in windbreakers going in. Everybody was armored up. They came in armored vehicles. There were SWAT teams. It's because they were expecting there could be trouble, right?
Oh, absolutely. They expected a fight. There were weapons in the house, we were told. We saw multiple different SWAT vehicles. I mean, it almost looked like something you would see at an Army base. I mean, there was a heavy presence for this. And the FBI director, attorney general, myself, and others, really other top DOJ leadership, the deputy attorney general, Todd Blanche, and Emil Bove, the principal associate deputy attorney general, also on scene watching from a distance, but they could watch it live on monitors and see. And the technology, we weren't allowed to show it on camera because of the nature of law enforcement, but it was incredible to see. I mean, very, very clear pictures and high-tech stuff. And they've been, surveilling
David,
this person for a while.
You were talking about how law enforcement, they do this every single day, raids every single day, which is true. But it is unusual to get someone this high up on the list, on the food chain. I mean, you got intelligence gathered. This is a massive operation.
It is a big one, and they've been looking after this person for a while. It's not clear how many times they previously wanted to do this operation, but it happened to work out today. But we know that there was surveillance on this individual for a while. And again, just the neighborhood that this person lived in was a run-of-the-mill residential neighborhood. People with Easter decorations outside. It was an apartment complex. Very nice neighborhood. And, they go in with these big tanks and SWAT teams this morning and get this guy out of there.
And I'm sure those residents are thinking, what the heck is going on here? And now everybody knows. There was a raid in Virginia, David, that took place between March 1st and March 13th, and 214 illegal immigrants were apprehended, took place in Virginia. So I'm wondering if somebody that was arrested between that time period talked and told the FBI about this guy, where he is in his location. When you were on the ground and talking to people that were involved in this arrest, did anybody say anything about that?
No, they didn't. They didn't bring that specifically up, but you're right. That did happen recently in Virginia. There's been a task force that the FBI has set up here in Virginia. So that's something new, and we expect the FBI director, to talk about that along with the AG, the Attorney General, we call her the AG, today here at this news conference. But yes, there definitely has been a heightened increased work here in Virginia on this.
And David, while you were talking and reporting, the president posted on Truth Social truth. He wrote, just captured a major leader of MS-13. Tom Homan is a superstar. Caroline Levitt, who's going to be with us very shortly, just tweeted out, top MS leader arrested in Virginia. This is what happens when you have competent federal leadership working with state and local law enforcement on the ground. Bravo, AG Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Governor Glenn Youngkin, and Tom Homan. So there's a list of people. Real quickly, I know the press conference is supposed to happen in about 5 or 6 minutes. Do we know who's going to be there?
Yeah, we know it's going to be the FBI Director, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, and Governor Glenn Youngkin. That's all we're aware of now. Obviously, some other officials with the local field offices at the FBI and whatnot will be there. But they're definitely happier that they have this person in custody now. And again, it's a little strange that I can't say this person's name, but we've been told we can't say this person's name as per the way things work in the court system. They need to wait for an initial appearance, but we know it's a 24-year-old man from El Salvador, the top leader of MS-13 on the East Coast, and one of 3 top leaders in the entire country.
Make some room on the top bunk. We got somebody else coming. Thanks so much.
David.
Thanks, David.
What an incredible win for the administration here. And the only one that is standing in the way are the Democrats that want to continue to have sanctuary cities and the media that chooses to report on one-offs. It is because of the maximum pressure of this administration, whether you're talking about the border with the military there, border patrol there, record hirings now, operational control almost at the border, and then you have Tom Homan with ICE as well as these joint task force going door to door to people that are criminals in this country. All of that makes for a great operation like this because people start talking.
And great optics to have the AG and the FBI director there.
Right. Well, Democrats could be in the photo, but they choose to be against it.
Joining us now to discuss all of this for the first time on The Angle, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. General Bondi, it's so good to see you. How did you find this guy, and how long has he been in the United States?
He has been in the United States for probably over a decade, but we believe he was recruited in middle school. In middle school, can you believe that? In middle school, but he's been living here illegally with friends and family, and the Biden administration did absolutely nothing to deport these people. You know, as the president says, we didn't need new laws. We needed a new president to fix this. And today, with Governor Glenn Youngkin and a task force, we started it February 25th, and in less than a month, they have captured so many of these MS-13 gang members. Laura, their techniques and what they were doing with state, local, federal partnerships hasn't been done.
People are watching this tonight and they're saying, how on earth could this have happened? Not only this, which was significant, obviously 24 years of age, very young, and very vicious. But then you have these people in Massachusetts that ICE has rounded up, these child predators and rapists who, you know, excuse me, Mayor of Boston and the governor of Massachusetts, like, oh, no, we're tough on criminals. These people are just walking about the streets free as a bird until you guys actually got them.
They are.
It's insane.
They are. So this task force is DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals working with ICE, all working hand in hand, sharing data. And that's how we were able to catch this guy. One of the agents said, if you want to rock MS-13 to its core, arrest him.
Wow.
That shows how bad he was. He was one of the top leaders, and he was living half an hour from where we're sitting right now, living among us.
How did he get that high up in the organization if he's only 24 years of age? You know?
He's been in it for a decade. A decade, this guy has been in MS-13.
Think he's murdered anyone?
I think he's probably been involved in murders.
Murders.
More to come on that. They found letters. They found writings that show he was one of the top leaders for the whole country, showing MS-13 cliques, which mean gangs, spread throughout this nation. Again, we took one of the worst off the streets today. Americans are safer because of Donald Trump.
When can we expect federal charges, and will you try to deport him to the Supermax prison back in his home country of El Salvador?
Yes, we will try to deport him to El Salvador. Let's send him home. That's where he belongs. You know, he belongs back in that El Salvador prison, and that's where he should go. But you're gonna see a lot more charges on him. He had illegal firearms, of course, 4 to 5 guns. He was living in a middle-class neighborhood.
Did he go to school in that area?
He did when he was younger. He went to school there, which is where he was recruited. And you know what? These schools have been trying to protect kids from law enforcement.
And explain that, and that's still happening in the United States. That logjam has to be broken because they're acting in some cases, not all, but in some cases, with the help of some religious leaders as sanctuaries from you and the FBI and the DHS.
That's right. Kids are being recruited in middle school. They're 13 years old, 14 years old. Yet these schools will not let law enforcement officers in there to educate kids about how horrible gangs are. No longer will that happen. Governor Youngkin and I are going to work together on that, and we are going to get into these schools. No longer will these schools be keeping law enforcement from children trying to help them.
There was this other MS-13 character, Cesar Humberto Lopez Larios, many names. He was arrested on terrorism charges last year, but then CNN is reporting that, I guess it was dropped days ago, that he was back to El Salvador, sent back to the Supermax prison. But is it a mistake to have sent him there? I think there are a couple instances where maybe they weren't supposed to be sent there.
We have the people who have been deported, who are being housed in El Salvador, should be there. 261 people total went on that plane, and that's 261 reasons why Americans are safer tonight.
What are you going to do about these nationwide injunctions, and what is your message tonight to Congress, specifically members of the U.S. Senate and House, but Republicans and Democrats, who like to leave town on Thursday night, tonight? And they leave, and they're going to be gone for 2 weeks in April, when you still have a lot of key people not in top positions. What is your message to them tonight?
We need these people, of course.
Should they be taking a recess for 2 weeks?
Of course not. Laura, we need to get all of it. Donald Trump needs all of his nominees to be confirmed, to be in office for public safety reasons, for all of the reasons we've been talking about. There are so many nominees that we have to get confirmed. We have a lot coming up, and we've got to get them in office to help keep America safe.
I think Thune's trying to do his best, but they have to have unanimous consent from the Democrats in order to fast track these. And because Schumer's under attack from the left, he's like, I'm not giving you a thumbs up on any of these people. So it's having to go through this laborious process. But if you keep people through the weekends, let's say you know this town, you keep people through a couple weekends, what does that do to them?
Yeah, they cave.
They break.
The Democrats will break. And Republicans are tougher. We know that. And Senator Thune's been great. I mean, he's been fabulous, but we've got to keep people here. We've got to get people in office.
What's happening with this Las Vegas Tesla criminal who he was arrested, and now federal charges have been filed against him? This was something that was needed, given everything we're seeing happening to those dealerships and those cars across the country.
That was remarkable police work, working with the state police, our FBI. They have been going nonstop on this case. This guy is in custody. Laura, he is facing 5-year minimum mandatory to 20 years in prison. And this was great police work. This guy thought he got away with it. So these people better look out. They better cut it out, because we are coming after you. And at my direction, there will be no negotiating on these people.
No plea
deals. We are seeking 20 years in prison. They are setting off bombs, the huge fires. Look what you're seeing, huge, massive fires in residential neighborhoods.
Someone's going to get killed.
Charging stations. Someone is going to get killed. A citizen is going to get killed. And these people, we are not doing any plea negotiations on them.
Well,
so they better cut it out.
We have some information about the groups that he belonged to, this individual. Let's watch.
But a preliminary assessment of the suspect's social media activity indicates some very loose but self-proclaimed ties to the Communist Party USA social media group, as well as social media groups called Revolutionary Communist International, Hidden Palestine, Palestine Action, and a variety of other social media groups.
I mean, this is like a cliche of every left-wing communist, socialist, Hamas.
Right. We are looking at, in all of these cases, every aspect, we are not going to leave a stone unturned.
So the messages are going out,
these people,
Madam Attorney General, from these groups. Get busy. Get busy, meaning terrorize people. People are terrorized driving down the road in a car that they worked hard for. They feel terrorized.
They do, and we're looking at how these people learned to make these bombs. We're looking at every aspect of these cases, and we are coming after you, and we will find you if you have done this to a Tesla owner, a Tesla dealership, anything to do with Tesla. We're going to find you. And that today was proof of it.
Judge Beryl Howell is an Obama-appointed district judge, I believe in the District of D.C., District of Columbia, and is extremely upset at what he thinks is a series of attacks by the DOJ on the judiciary, saying when the DOJ engages in this rhetorical strategy of ad hominem attack, the stakes become much larger than only the reputation of the targeted federal judge. This strategy is designed to impugn the integrity of the federal judicial system. I guess the DOJ lawyers wanted to remove Judge Howell from the case, citing other what they believed were biased comments. Your reaction to Judge Howell tonight?
We do. Many judges need to be removed. Judge Howell included, Judge Reyes, Judge Boasberg. These judges obviously cannot be impartial. They cannot be objective. They are district judges trying to control our entire country, and they're trying to obstruct Donald Trump's agenda.
And Judge Boasberg is a busy judge. He was assigned to the Signal Gate, which is such a ridiculous name, but the Signal Chat case, which is a lawsuit filed by parties, which I'm not sure they have standing to file, but President Trump calls it disgraceful that this judge, again, who's ruled against you on the Tren de Aragua deportations, is now assigned to the Signal case.
Yes,
your reaction tonight to that?
Laura, he has multiple cases. I guess it's a wild coincidence against Donald Trump and our administration. And now he has the Signal case. He shouldn't be on any of these cases. He cannot be objective. He's made that crystal clear. You know, these judges are taking personal attacks, too, at many of the cabinet secretaries and these judges across the country. And again, they think they have authority, but it's going to be short-lived because these cases are going to get to the Supreme Court very fast. We're doing everything we can.
CNN is their Ellie Honig. Sometimes it's fair, but mostly biased. So you guys have to open up a Signalgate investigation at DOJ. Watch this.
So Pam Bondi has been MIA. There is no indication that she's going to open an investigation here. And by the way, when she was up for a confirmation as AG, you remember, one of the concerns is, would she be able to exercise independence? She told the Senate, absolutely, I will be completely independent. There's no reasonable prosecutor who could look at this and say it doesn't even need to be investigated.
Your response to your pal there?
Yeah, there's a reason why their ratings are plummeting, because they're putting people like that on TV. Chatter. We could care less what they say. We're going to continue forward on all of these cases.
So this is not a concern of yours, Inspector General, idea of Inspector General investigation or congressional investigation down the road. You are completely confident that this was a mistake and nothing more than that.
We are, and all of our intelligence officials who were on it are confident of that as well.
Do you not know, like, how many Democrats that I know over the years who have been on Signal? I mean, of the highest level Democrats? And is that changing in the government now, though? Is Signal not going to be used, or is it going to be used going forward? Are you aware of it?
I think Signal's a very safe way to communicate. I don't think foreign adversaries are able to hack Signal, as far as I know.
And maybe people just have to keep an eye on their contact list a little bit more carefully going forward. Attorney General Pam Bondi, you were up at what time did you get up this morning?
Got up at about 4.
Oh, 4.
About 4.
Okay.
4.
All right. Well, you don't look any worse for the wear. Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it very much.
From El Salvador, and he will not be living in our country much longer.
How's this for a bad hombre? The feds nabbing a suspected top 3 leader of the brutal MS-13 gang. Agents busting into his home in Virginia, where they found 3 firearms, ammo, 2 suppressors. Authorities say he's from El Salvador and in America illegally. Hey, Harold. Turns out all we needed was a new president to catch these bad guys in your face.
I just want to emphasize the pace and the focus. And so, no, these were not lists that were available in the previous administration because they wouldn't do that. I cannot emphasize enough the collaboration and support and leadership out of the new administration that is so different than what we saw in at least the previous 3 years of my administration.
And south of the border, DHS Secretary Noem did a house call to check on Venezuelan gang members Trump kicked out of the country. Christie coming face to face with the criminals and warning illegals out there this could be their new home soon.
I want to thank El Salvador and their president for their partnership with the United States of America to bring our terrorists here and to incarcerate them and have consequences for the violence that they have perpetuated in our communities. I also want everybody to know if you come to our country illegally, this is one of the consequences you could face. First of all, do not come to our country illegally. You will be removed and you...
Inmates are like, please come back. You're welcome here anytime. Jesse, you know what I love about that visit? She stood in front of criminals in their environment. Because usually Democrats, when they want you to see criminals, they're in court. Freshly bought shirt, clip-on tie, makeup over their teardrop tattoos, more as the remorseful suspect rather than in their own, soup of crime.
So this is a PR game for the people, illegals here. So if you're an illegal and you're a criminal, that's where they're going to send you.
Exactly.
So she's basically saying, you want your head shaved, you want handcuffs, you want to sit in a jail cell with 90 bad hombres, self-deport.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. I'm shocked there wasn't a prison break.
Yeah.
Because that's like a riot right there. I'm surprised if they could walk Tom Homan through that jail and you'd think he's hot at that point. But Christie, my God. So, Greg, we already had so many gangs here. We had Crips, you had Bloods, and then you have the Mafia, you have the Chinese guys and the Russians in Brooklyn. It's like we had enough already.
Yeah.
And at the height of the crime wave, 2021, 2022, Biden decides to let in 25,000 MS-13 guys. And imagine you're at the Border Patrol and you see a guy with face tattoos and you catch and release him. And not only that, you give a guy with face tattoos a bus ticket to Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
And then if he gets arrested in Manhattan, they don't even deport him.
Yeah.
They let him back out on the street. We always tried to impeach Joe for Hunter. They should have impeached him for the border.
Yeah.
Because that's really an impeachable offense. And they had all these FBI guys running around going after these Jan 6ers. Why? You should have been going after these guys. And what a waste of time because Trump pardoned them all. So it's great to see these guys going after real crime. And that's what we need to get back to.
Judge, in a rare show of intelligence, Jesse makes a good point. Don't you love how Democrats only care about vetting criminals when they're leaving?
Yeah, on their way out.
Not when they're coming in.
Right, on their way out. You're absolutely right. In fact, I had an appointment today somewhere, and it doesn't matter where, but the person started crying. She was so worried that we were deporting people who maybe shouldn't be deported. And I said, if they have these tattoos that indicate they're Tren de Aragua, shouldn't they be deported? Well, maybe they didn't mean it, and that's what we're dealing with. But look, here's the good news, Greg. I mean, one of the top 3 MS-13 gang leaders, okay, he's in this country for a while. He's living with his mother for at least 6-8 months that we're aware of, but silencers, long guns, ammunition, the whole thing. So now the question is, what's going to happen to him? Is he going to be prosecuted? Is he going to be released by some judge who thinks that, we can't hold this guy, or is he going to be deported? And Kristi Noem, to her credit, that messaging was excellent. You're going to come here, boys, and this is what's going to happen to you. And I think the issue now, given especially what's happened with Boasberg and the Circuit Court of Appeals, where they said that, we're going to keep we're not going to hold the temporary restraining order. Now this has to go to the Supreme Court to see if the White House can deport these people under the Aliens Enemies Act. So we're kind of in a holding pattern right now, but the message is clear.
Most viewers aren't aware, Harold, that you were once in a gang. And we've actually have makeup applied over your teardrop tattoos. So you're a little biased here. But how soon before your Dem allies demand we respect the right to due process for this character?
It's good to be back around the table and good to know you have not lost your sense of humor or fastball. I couldn't agree more with what's already been said. If President Biden and his team had focused more on the border, Jesse, I think you're right. Not only would it have been redounded to their benefit politically, as the judges noted, it would have been a good thing for the country. I hope they prosecute these guys. I hope they convict these guys, and I hope they send them to that jail. Because I think we need to have in our records here that these guys are that, whether they try to come back into the country or not. And I salute the president and salute this prosecutorial team and Ms. Bondi and what they've been able to accomplish here. Now, as it relates to some of the other things we're conflating here with sending these gang members back to Venezuela, I support that too. We should follow the law and do it. As I said before, sentimentally, the country is with President Trump, though. If we don't follow every bit of it, you're right. People are going to want these guys out. And the problem is if you round up 50 of them and 3 of them are Americans and didn't do anything, if that's your cousin or your brother, or your sister or someone, I think people may have an issue with it. But all that being said, I salute what Ms. Bondi and her team has done in capturing and arresting this MS-13 leader. And God bless them going to get the rest of them.
Dana, it's interesting because it's easy for us to target Democrats for what they haven't done, because it's legit, even Harold admitted, but they will target Republicans for how they've done it.
Right.
Because the aim is unquestionably correct.
Well, I also think, though, that we don't talk enough about what they did and the effects of it. So you have Governor Youngkin, who said, I can't tell you the difference that it's made. He said he had been trying to get after this guy for 3 years. The Biden administration was unresponsive. Here we have within the first 3 months, the top guy is nabbed. And why does that matter? I don't think we've also done enough to explain that once all of these illegals got into the country, they spread out everywhere. That's what gangs do, take over territory. And the violence that they commit is terrible. But one thing that's really interesting, a lot of it is aimed towards women. And then you had the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and the Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, basically saying in your face, MS-13, and that we're the ones that are going to be in power now, and we're going to do something about it. You're not going to be able to get away with it from before. The other thing is the communications on this, again, continues to me to be excellent, and it's one of the reasons that the country continues to be with President Trump, because they are showing their work. And you can see it visibly. And they got up at 3 o'clock in the morning to be there when this went down this morning. Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Tom Homan, and then you have Kristi Youngkin traveling, and you have somebody going to remember the visuals that you had to use for Kamala Harris was her interview with Lester Holt arguing about whether she had been to the border. And that was it. The other time, she did one interview, like a statement saying, don't come to America, with basically a steel wall behind her. My last point is I have a feeling that the countries of the UK, France, Spain, Italy that are just inundated with so many migrants. And you think they sleep in France and then try to sneak over to the UK when they can because the benefits are so generous. It won't be long, I don't think, until some of these countries who have a populist streak now running through them will say, we want to do the same type of thing.
Just need one person to break the seal.
Is our gang called the Five?
Yes, exactly.
5 teardrops.
Yeah, and you know what? The initiation ritual is after this show, Harold.
Can't wait.
Get him!
Get him!
Good to have you back, Harold.
Wow, what did
All
I
right.
miss?
Terrible. Up next, Elon and the Doge dudes hit back at deranged Democrats.
Brand new details
about the accused MS-13 gang leader who was arrested in Virginia in the early morning hours today. Fox News getting a firsthand look now at this operation. You see Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel on the scene there. Agents say that they found weapons, ammo, silencers, all piled up in the garage bedroom when they arrested 24-year-old, and we now can tell you his name, Henry Yasu Viatro Santos. They say he's from El Salvador, and he has been in the United States illegally. The MS-13 leader of the East Coast operations is the way that the DOJ is describing him right now, and a top 3 member in the United States. And as I said, he was arrested in Woodbridge, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. Virginia Attorney General Jason Miyares is going to join us in moments. He was there this morning, and so was our justice correspondent, David Spunt, reporting live on all of this from Washington. This is quite a story, David. What have you learned today?
Martha, it was quite extraordinary to see it play out. A 24-year-old alleged MS-13 leader, in fact, the leader of East Coast operations is what DOJ is alleging. This man, Henry Josue Villatoro Santos, just made an initial appearance in court. Now, this arrest happened before the sun came up. We were there exclusively to watch it unfold, joining Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel as they received an early morning briefing, and I do mean early, with SWAT teams before those SWAT teams in to make the arrest. Bondi, Patel, myself, and others watched this all happen on monitors. We can't show what it looked like, but we did see the scene from multiple different angles, from the ground and the air.
This is what can happen when you put good cops in good places to take on bad guys. And America should be watching this. And we are proud to be here standing with these brave warriors.
Joining the FBI was the ATF, Virginia State Police, ICE, and the Prince William County Local Police Department. Now, they do this kind of thing multiple times a week, Martha, but this guy happens to be one of the top 3 leaders in the country, according to the DOJ. The reason they had a SWAT team in military-looking vehicles, they expected him to be fully armed. Luckily, though, no one was harmed.
All of our law enforcement officers are safe. That was the number one thing. They're safe. They executed a clean, safe operation, and the bad guys in custody. And thanks to the FBI, we got one of the worst of MS-13 off the streets this morning.
And we have some photos from the court documents that were just filed. One, as you showed at the top, shows guns. The other, gun suppressors, as I mean on the right there, also known as silencers. Right now, Villatoro Santos is being charged with being an illegal alien in possession of a firearm, but sources say they expect more charges down the road. We see this from time to time, Martha. It's what's known as a holding charge before other charges can come down the pike. And as you'll talk to the Attorney General in Virginia right there, this is all part of a new effort by the FBI and the Commonwealth of Virginia working together on these types of cases.
Okay, real quick before I let you go, what was it like when you watched this live?
It was pretty unbelievable to see just how clear some of those cameras were. You could see multiple different angles of an operation going on live. This was in a residential neighborhood. We're told that there were children in the home. Luckily, they were okay. They got out. They made it out to safety. But a 24-year-old living in suburban Virginia and got a knock on the door, many knocks on the door, and came out shortly after 6 a.m. this morning.
David, thank you. Fascinating.
Thank you.
Sounds like a big gap. Thank you very much. Let's bring in the Virginia Attorney General, Jason Miyares. Attorney General, great to have you with us today. And obviously, the people of Virginia are a little bit safer today, and the East Coast. If what we're learning about this individual, that he was overseeing MS-13 operations for the East Coast, turns out to be the case. What does that look like? What have you learned about this operation? How do you know he was in charge of it?
Well, one thing that we have seen, this is a great example of making sure that no one is siloed. We see that sometimes in law enforcement between state, local, and federal. And I know that when we came into office, Governor Youngkin and I really were big on cooperating with our state and local, making sure they were working together. What is great about what General Bondi and the Director Patel have done is making sure that state and local now have federal resources, the intel analyst and the intelligence. Their resources are candidly impressive, and they have come in and really turbocharged a lot of the work we have done going after these transnational gangs. MS-13 is obviously one of the most notorious between drug dealing, extortion, human trafficking. They're some of the worst of the worst. This individual got on a variety of individuals' radars really in the last year, kept coming up. And so this is a great example of using that intelligence and our analysts to both track him down, work together. I cannot commend enough the professionalism of what we have seen by our federal partners, our partners of the FBI, DEA, HSI, really working to track this person down. It has been just night and day what we have seen before from Maine Justice versus what we see now, really putting the priority of going after these transnational gangs and getting them out of our communities. And Dale City in Northern Virginia is a great community. This person was there living among us.
I just have a minute left, but were you aware of him? Was he being watched? And were the neighbors aware in any way that this guy was the East Coast leader of MS-13, 24 years old, living in their neighborhood?
Listen, I'm not going to get too much on that because I think you'll probably see that in future indictments. What I can say is a lot of these individuals go by nicknames. You have to now identify who he is, where they live, track them down, and then most importantly, surveillance it and determine a good time to actually serve and arrest these individuals so there's minimal possibility of harm to our agents. The federal partners did fantastic work on taking down one of the top individuals that really has caused so much harm in our community. We're very glad he is now arrested and facing federal charges.
Well, it's fascinating to see this operation. I hope that he's able to lead to the other two leaders of MS-13 in the other two regions of the country. We look forward to hearing more about this indictment and learning more about what you have on this case. Attorney General Miyares, thank you very much. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
Mike Pompeo, the former Secretary of State and a Fox News contributor. I wanted to, Mr. Secretary, first of all, welcome you to the show again. Thanks for being with us. Start off this segment by looking at where we are now with illegal border crossings compared to where we were February of last year. February of last year, 189,913 people came across the border illegally. February 2025, 11,709. That's a reduction of 94%. And President Trump does not have one more tool in his toolbox.
Well, John, thanks for having me on. We know exactly how this happened. He made it a promise during the campaign, and then he built a team to go do it, and they are now executing against this vigorously. Trump's presence makes clear to those who are thinking about coming here illegally, recognize that the costs will exceed the benefits. And then the hard work that's been done by Tom and his team, Tom Homan and his team, and others to get those who are already here, who came during the Biden administration or some of them before that, are now being identified, prosecuted, and moved back to the country where they need to go. These are the indicia. That math is really amazing. And these are the indicia of a real focused effort, making a lie of the thing that President Biden said, which was, I need more laws to fix this. It was just about intention and will and capability. And the Trump administration has demonstrated it has each of those three. And you can see the great results. We're all safer today because of this, John.
You know what I think is funny, Mr. Secretary, is that the Biden administration tried to tell people not to come. But we didn't see anything like this from Kamala Harris when she went to the Northern Triangle countries, or from Alejandro Mayorkas. I mean, I would just want to play again DHS Secretary Noem's video, because it really is something.
If you come to our country illegally, this is one of the consequences you could face. First of all, do not come to our country illegally. You will be removed and you will be prosecuted. But know that this facility is one of the tools in our toolkit that we will use if you commit crimes against the American people.
Talk to me about just how you get to develop an effective message like that. I mean, you guys make it look easy, Republicans, compared to what the Biden administration was doing.
Jackie, it's very easy. Who would have believed President Biden or Vice President Harris when they said they didn't want them to come here after they had already allowed millions and millions of people to come in? So their credibility was shot. And so this begins with the credibility of President Trump. And then second, you make clear that the costs will be real through not just words and messaging, but real actions. And for now, the first months of the Trump administration, those actions have been incredibly public and effective and made clear. And so folks who are here telling family members not to come, folks who are here now recognize they may be the next to be deported. And so you can begin to see this tide turning in a way that is serious and important and will make us all safer, where the Biden administration could never do that. They could run as many commercials as they want. You could trot out Secretary Buttigieg or Secretary Mayorkas. Who was going to believe them, Jackie? The answer was no one. And the migration problem that John showed the statistics on was incredibly real. And the number of terrorists that came in, the number of criminals that came in, made it really dangerous here in the United States. And it's a blessing to see this tide turning.
So I don't know if you've commented on this, Mr. Secretary, but what do you make of these federal district judges inserting themselves in the deportation of people under the Alien Enemies Act, people who President Trump claims were sent here in part under the auspices of the Maduro regime to create chaos in this country?
Two things, John. First, these judges are stepping into the maximal point of presidential power. He is the chief executive, has a responsibility on national security. This is directly in his lane, and no Article III judge has any right to interfere in that in any material way. Second, the fact that these district court judges are doing this on a nationwide basis is just comical to me and indecent and certainly not constitutional. I think it was Justice Sotomayor who in a conference said that one day as well. So they shouldn't be interfering in national security, nor should they be doing it from one little district trying to do it all across the country. I think the Supreme Court will fix this, and I hope they'll do it quickly.
It was actually Justice Kagan who said it, but she did say it in a very forceful way. So I mean, the sentiment is there, no doubt. Mr. Secretary, thanks for joining us.
Justice Kagan it is.
Yep, appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Have a good day.
All right.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
President Trump says the administration will de-escalate in Minnesota after nice conversations with Governor Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Frey. But Frey pushed back following his meeting with border czar Tom Homan, posting in part, quote, "I also made it clear that Minneapolis does not and will not enforce federal immigration laws and that we will remain focused on keeping our neighbors and streets safe." This as Democrat lawmakers threaten to shut down the government by the end of the week over DHS funding. National Review senior writer Noah Rothman joins us now. Great to see you this morning, Noah. Thank you for joining us. So just step back, big picture here. You've talked a lot about this over the years, but I think it's important to remember what is going on here. You have federal agents in Minneapolis trying to enforce federal laws. And then you have Democrat politicians in Minneapolis and in Minnesota at large and in other places who are doing all they can to foment a situation where ICE officers are not able to carry out their constitutional responsibilities.
Absolutely. We know there are activist groups that goad well-meaning liberals into putting themselves in between armed law enforcement agents and the targets of arrest. Extremely dangerous. But we've also seen Democratic politicians like Governor Walz tell them to continue doing that, not just filming them, which is their right, but also saying that'll be used in prosecutions against ICE agents. That's the sort of thing that can go to an impressionable head. Likewise, you have dozens of Democrats falsely accusing ICE of abducting children and using them as bait. Minnesota Senator Tina Smith calling that pure evil. Again, it's the sort of thing that radicalizes. But there are also elements. I'm sorry, continue.
No. I want to get to the politics, but I also want to ask you about this. The fact that you make a really important point about how these politicians are saying that, oh, we're going to keep these videotapes to prosecute. Obviously there are protections for federal officers working in a state or a city. But that immunity in the hands of local politicians, I'm scared for these agents.
Well, I don't know what the plan would be for local prosecutors. There are certainly prosecutors who like to make a name for themselves with these splashy campaigns. Mayor Fry's position that he's not going to be able to enforce or will not enforce federal law, at least immigration law, that seems pretty untenable, at least if we look at 2020 and his belated and welcome efforts to police those protests eventually. You know, the activist class doesn't make this careful distinction between the enforcement of federal and state law and the enforcement of any law against them, especially in the event that they engage in unrest or unlawful activity, is going to be not especially welcome with the activist class that he's trying to ingratiate himself to. But I do also have to say that there are elements in this administration that also welcome this kind of street theater. It was widely reported last year that splashy law enforcement activity is designed to deter would-be migrants from coming north, and it has had that effect, but at the expense of increased media attention and an increasingly agitated opposition. And there's a theory that conflict between activists, left-wing activists in the streets redounds to the benefit of the law and order administration. I think that's a sound calculation, but it's a fraught one, increasing the risk of confrontation where everything can go wrong.
Especially because President Trump has demonstrated that he's actually trying to actually get things done as opposed to just make a splash. But you bring up politics, and I think it's really important. Obviously, all of this is against the backdrop of politics. Michael LaRosa, former Biden administration official, has this warning to people like Jacob Fry, who are saying that we will never cooperate. He posts on X, "This is a death for 2028 Democrats. Stay away, run away from this as fast as you can," going on to say, Obama chose tough enforcement and won re-election. Biden chose accommodation and paid a governing and political price. Bad policy is bad politics. And I'm also reminded that in Virginia, you know, Democrats love to point to Virginia and New Jersey, the mayoral races last year. In both cases, they ran on border security. The Democrats won running on border security. Do you think that they will, in November midterms, Democrats will embrace Jacob Fry, or will they embrace border security?
That's the big question, and the activist class is going to make it very difficult for Democrats who want to have a national profile to run on border security or be a sound steward of border security. But that admonition is pretty sound, and that's the point of Trump's tactical retreat. A tactical retreat is not abandoning the campaign. It's prosecuting the campaign under more auspicious circumstances. Trump will be, and the Democrats and Republicans rather, will be able to make the case that this is really only happening in Minneapolis and Minnesota because of the political culture that prevails in Minneapolis and Minnesota. It'll make itself. They just have to deprive Democrats of the headlines and the images that justify in their minds the kind of resistance theatrics we've been seeing.
Right. Noah Rothman, thank you so much.
So DHS has now confirmed to Fox that the federal agents who fired their weapons, there were 2 of them, according to the report, during the fatal shooting of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis, have been placed on administrative leave. We are told that is a standard procedure in the midst of an investigation and the tragic outcome of what happened at that incident. So that's the latest. They are both on leave. Now, DHS Secretary Noem is facing some calls to resign in the wake of Preddy's death. President Trump says that she is not stepping down, that he has confidence in her. She's doing a good job. Democrat Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman has made a direct appeal to the president. Quote, "Americans have died. She is betraying DHS's core mission and trashing your border security legacy." He goes on to say, "Do not make the mistake President Biden made for not firing a grossly incompetent DHS secretary." Alejandro Mayorkas, of course, served as President Biden's DHS secretary. Senator Fetterman joins me now. Senator, always good to have you with us. Thank you for joining me. Your strong statement that you posted, can you elaborate a little bit on your thinking here and whether or not you think there will be an effort to force her resignation in Congress?
Well, here, absolutely. I mean, I think I come to this interview with like quality and quite cred. You know, I met with her in my office. I voted for her. I was only one of 7 Democrats to vote with her. And when we discussed, I said, "Do you want to secure our border?" And she was like, "Yes, absolutely." And, you know, "I want to deport all of the criminals." And she's like, "Absolutely." And I don't think we should be targeting otherwise lawful migrants. And I said, "Absolutely, then I will vote and I will support her because I am the ranking member of the subcommittee for border security and I wanted to work with her. And I haven't made it personal. I never attacked her if I didn't have to agree with everything that's happening. So right now, when you've reached this situation here, like you see, and I don't know why at this point you kind of push this kinds of right now, because Americans have died, and this isn't really seeming to be about the core things of securing our border and deporting all of the criminals now too. At this point, that's why I said that to the president. I'm like, we had an incompetent secretary, Mayorkas, and I'm like, he should have go there. And that's the same kind of situation. And for me, it's like, I would kind of take the win about how you have secure our border, and that's really where I approach that. And now what's created in Minneapolis became an ungovernable and a dangerous urban theater. It's dangerous for citizens, dangerous for law enforcement, dangerous for agents at this point. Stand down, do a reset, refocus on those core missions that I think the vast majority of Americans can support. Secure our border, deport every last criminal migrant in the nation. For now, I absolutely fully support that, and I always have, and I actually acknowledge that it's been successful to secure our border in that way.
I think there's a lot of concern that the scene that we saw, you called it urban theater, and a tragic urban theater indeed over the last several days, that it could emerge other places, and we all hope that is absolutely not the case. But I want to play this soundbite. This is Philadelphia's DA, Larry Krasner, warning ICE agents about being hunted down. Watch this.
This is a small bunch of wannabe Nazis. That's what they are. In a country of 350 million, we outnumber them. If we have to hunt you down the way they hunted down Nazis for decades, we will find your identities, we will find you, we will achieve justice.
Is that going to get us anywhere, Senator?
Oh, that's gross, and that I absolutely condemn that. Absolutely. Do not compare anyone to Nazis. Don't use that kind of rhetoric. That can incite violence, and now I strongly reject that and condemn that kind of language in the strongest terms. Members of ICE are not Nazis. I don't compare anyone to Gestapo and those things. This is one of the reasons why I think we should stand down in what's happening in Minneapolis. We all have to reduce the temperature. We have to turn it down. And using that kinds of rhetoric, again, I can't ever support that. And I have a basic rule in politics: don't compare anyone to Nazis. I don't care. You just don't do that. These are not Nazis. So for me. Yeah, we saw similar language from the leadership in Minneapolis and in Minnesota, and it did not help to calm things down. Let me ask you about this. There's obviously another standoff that could lead to a shutdown this weekend, and I'm curious what you think about stripping out this DHS bill. And I would just remind people that DHS is fully funded from the big, beautiful bill all the way through 2029. So rejecting this funding this weekend is not going to have any impact on funding ICE. What do you think? Thank you for reminding. Go ahead. Truth. Absolutely, 1,000%. And I don't know if your viewers remember, I really led that as the Democrats, that we cannot ever shut our government down. Yes. Just last month, I guess it was even happening. It's always wrong to shut our government down. And now, for me, I'm a Democrat that I will never ever vote to defund our military. Absolutely not. And now, this would be the second time we would not pay our military twice in 2 months. 2 months. And for me, as you just correctly pointed out, ICE already has their funding already because of the big, beautiful bill at this point. So for me, I would love to have some modest
Yes, sir. It's your boy Dabrand knows. And I had a good nap. Thank you. And I hope y'all enjoyed the show while I did that. Yeah. So in between time and meantime, I'ma see y'all the next time. Cause this time I'm getting the fuck up out of here. And with that being said, it's your boy, Dabrand knows. You know. Holla back in a little bit though. Don't worry about it, baby. Don't